7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug, I know you love Wednesdays because we focus on the phone lines.
Well, the phone lines can be poison. But if someone should call in, we will gladly accept the call. Maybe reverse the charges, but we'll accept the call.
Martin, are we taking collect calls today?
I think when we were kids, we would do that to get a ride home. Mm-hmm. You'd call your... If you didn't have money for the payphone, you'd call collect, and you had about 10 seconds. You're like, I'm at Crystal Ball, pick me up. And they'd cut you off. But that's how you would get your free call in. But I think today, Wednesdays, we do allow collect calls.
Yeah, so call on in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then join your other friends and watch us at youtube.com/TMASTL. It is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson dressed up again. That's from Run TMC 50. Oh, and he's got the Run TMA hoodie on.
Is that right?
And his Blues hockey hat.
This Run TMA hoodie is a classic.
That is. Seth Goldcamp made that. Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Is that right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Fun facts.
Not only
will
it get your AC right, but it'll get your drip right.
Your drip.
Doug doesn't like that.
Why would you say drip?
I don't care what that is. I'm not looking to appease Doug at all times. Most times I am.
You kind of look like a rabbit from 8 Mile.
B-Rabbit?
Yeah, a little bit today.
Well.
Big old hoodie, like you're about to spit some rhymes.
Oh, are you going to spit lyrics?
No.
Are you a rhyme spitter?
No. I enjoy the music genre, but I don't need to participate in it.
Okay.
Probably best.
Big miss. Big miss.
I think Jackson looks hot today. That's from Chaim Bloom's gag order.
Thank you.
Chaim Bloom's gag order. But that's got to be up soon. What are we, August 27th? I swear either he or Mo said, let's look at August. That might have been what Chaim said, and then Mo said October.
You think his first appearance will be on this very program?
No.
Yeah, I think that's a tight read.
I had to think about it.
Read.
What if they went on an aggressive marketing campaign, which they never would, but if they just had him do the car wash here, just all over.
The car wash, that'd be a good one.
Do you like that term? Explain the car wash, Martin, because we, of course, are big wheels in the market and understand this lingo, but the proletariats out there, they couldn't possibly understand.
Yeah, for you people below us on the dais here, we're in the Colin Cowherd seating assignments, and you down there, I think the car wash was invented, the phrase, by ESPN. So if a coach, and I remember Pinko would say, I'm going to the car wash. I want to be. You go to Bristol, then they put you on Mike and Mike, and then you go and do whatever First Take was back then, and then maybe you're on College Football Live, and then you're on a podcast. They just take you up and down the hallway. So if you did Chaim in the car wash, he'd be on with AD. Maybe they'd talk some Deep Purple or something. Whatever classic rock that Chaim's into. And then you do the Point, Riz and the boys would talk to him, and the girls. Courtney. So up and down. But I'm saying, Doug, a media blitz. Actually, I think it would be a good idea. Put him on all the TV shows,
I would
all the
agree
radio
with you.
shows.
But what we'll get is one news conference.
Correct. And then he'll be whisked away.
Yeah. Well.
So anyway, just a thought.
I think it's a wise thought. Did you guys talk about Joe Buck's tweet yet? That's from Caller Ellen. That was sent at 7:03. The program, unfortunately, only on for 180 seconds. So
what are you waiting for?
We haven't gotten to it. Doug, Joe Buck's tweet.
I saw it about the small crowds. Return to the 70s, he was saying. I guess.
As a kid who was in that booth in the 70s, I guess he has a good... Well, you would remember that, Doug.
I do remember.
Apparently
the
pretty
70s,
barren.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There was a time when they would routinely draw, it felt like 12, 15,000.
And Joe sort of wished Chaim the best, but said, I would say to paraphrase, he was saying, you got to fix this. This is bad.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to see Joe, a national figure, weigh in on that. Obviously a St. Louis guy. But I think that's going to get you a lot more attention even outside of our little world here.
For the record, the tweet is the following, because I recognize, hopefully, very few people are on Twitter. During the game in St. Louis last night, wow, welcome back to the 70s. This is what it used to look like. I was there, pre-Whitey, buying shag carpet ASAP. A major rebuild of roster and trust better be coming. One can only hope it's coming, right? Doug, and then I of course, took 4 years of Latin. I'm well trained in the classics in order to do this job.
Okay.
But I'm going to attempt this. Buena suerte, Heim, rooting for you.
Isn't that good luck?
Chairman Kurt, who taught Spanish, has confirmed that. Then, because when you tweet, somebody has to come at you, especially if you have achieved status and wealth. It's a big moment for you to get recognized. And somebody, of course, did that and said, the owners and management don't care. Why should the fans? Joe then responded, to be clear, I am not blaming the fans. The fans have sent a loud message, and I am hopeful it's resonating. How can it not? Turn the page and hope Chaim Bloom has the leeway to really reshape this team and hopefully the minor league system. If not, I shudder at where it goes. That is the Joe Buck tweet exchange that Caller Ellen was requesting. And just like always, this program delivers. 101 ESPN.
The absolute worst nightmare for this town is if it continues this way for another 3 or 4 years. The DeWitts say, that's it, we're going to sell while we can. Stan Kroenke buys a team and moves it. Would that not be the absolute worst thing that could possibly happen in this city?
Yeah.
We have to head that off, have to get back on the right track. We were told that the org is in a pretty good situation. And now as I look at the standings, I'm beginning to think that's true. We're still 7 up on the Pirates in the race for the cellar. How's that rear view looking, buccos?
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
Well, I think it's probably in the worst spot it's been since the 70s. So you'd probably have to go back 50 years before it's been in a worse spot than it is right now.
Frank, how are you today?
Well, that's the worst nightmare right there.
Hi, and welcome. Would you say the org is in a good spot? Thank you. I'll hang up and listen.
What if Kroenke wants to get us back? He wants to get us back for having to spend, $700 million to settle that lawsuit? He says, I'll give the DeWitts $5 billion for their team, and I'll move the damn thing. Oh, God.
Oh. Yeah, just the kind of money just to screw with an entire region.
Yeah.
Guys, it sounds like Joe thinks ownership is the problem if he thinks Heim needs leeway. Yes, I think you could interpret that. I think that is a tight read from the 314 who sent that in.
And I would say with some confidence, I think Joe's disappointment in the franchise, he's probably expressed to Bill III.
Yes, I think he might have said that he did that on this very
show.
program.
I think Joe's
because they were member partners at a golf tournament, which they won, despite the fact that Joe throughout the tournament was complaining about the state of the org, which, of course, is in its best spot since 1972.
It's about that.
Hopefully not during Bill's backswing. He was referencing how the org is sliding.
Yeah, he's an etiquette guy.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
I think Joe on this show over the last 10 months has been pretty consistent in critiquing how bad it's gotten. And kudos to him for saying it. He also said a year before the Kroenke thing, I felt even heated up. He was on Fox 2. This is in 2014. And he said he's leaving. Everyone knows he's leaving. And it was before it really picked up steam.
You are right about that. That was on your show,
It was on
right?
Sports Final. He came in. It was post-World Series. So, as sports guys, we've got a plan, Doug. I'm like,
have you?
We'll do 2 parts. First week, we'll talk to Joe about baseball.
Okay.
Nice.
Week 2, come back for more. We'll talk about football. Because in this day and age, Tim, you really want to just tell people that they have to wait for material because they can't have everything immediately at their fingertips.
Right.
That's correct.
So we do a whole thing about the World Series and working on Fox and whatever. And then I said, let's get into the football and this Rams thing that's all still hanging out there. And he just said, he's leaving. It's happening. And I'm so disappointed in Stan. He goes on this whole tirade. And he said, you'll probably use that this week, won't you? Instead of waiting a week. But I'm saying he's not afraid to put his voice or his name behind something.
And the reason being, he felt like he was doing what his dad would do if he was around and St. Louis was in this position. And I don't know if I recall either he said that on your interview or when we were BSing on the show or texting or whatever the case might be, which was quite ballsy considering, one of the sources of his income is the NFL. I also don't think it was a coincidence that the Cowboys visited St. Louis in September of 2014 and Jerry Jones was talking, not necessarily on the record, but to people around town about how the Rams would be a target to get out of town. But there was a lot of, at the time, the term you use, Doug, I think it's hand jobbery.
I've never used the term.
Is that in the new Merriam?
Yeah, I think that is. That might be a Syracuse thing, or maybe it's a Northwestern thing. But at Missouri, they're just starting to use it in journalism school when you kind of you use your hand on the public.
Oh, it sounds like something that got you in trouble in Arkansas.
To try to keep your menial salary in this industry, and then you just lie to people, so you have access to interviews. But in reality, it was pretty obvious what was going on, and I'll always be proud of this program because even though the audience was upset about it, we were talking about the fact that, hey, this team is going to move. And so we can talk about the fact that the Rams played the Cowboys yesterday, but if the team is moving, it's the largest story we'll probably ever cover on this show, and so we're going to focus on it. And so when Joe threw his weight behind it, it got attention. And I think he's probably the only person who lives in the market who would have that power. And so the fact that he's now talking about the Cardinals in that same capacity, despite his relationship with, what do you call it, Doug, the org?
I don't use that terminology, but others do.
That throws more weight behind it and more attention. So tip of the cap.
And it's something we alluded to yesterday. Crisis is a strong word because it's still sports. But the Cardinals right now, if you look around, it's sad. They're in a crisis from a professional sports standpoint. And I think Joe is like screaming, hey, DeWitt, stop ignoring this. You got a problem here. I really believe, because Mozalik's leaving, so you can rip him to shreds if you want. I think the message he's sending is to the DeWitts. Like, let's go here. You got a major problem. You can't just have a new promotion schedule come out and a new bobblehead. None of that's going to work. It's not working.
Yachty bobblehead, maybe.
All right, I take it back.
Yeah.
Martin has withdrawn his comment.
Take it back. So good for Joe. Bully. I like to say bully, Doug. Bully for Joe.
But it's going to take the DeWitts stepping up in a big way because based on the attendance this year, they're not bringing in the money they used to bring in. So if you want them to go out and bring in a couple of high-priced free agents, that's going to come right out of their own pockets rather than revenue that was generated this year or last year because there hadn't been much.
I would also say an off season of, all right, we're just going to go spend would be sort of silly. You're not trying, it's not window dressing. You need to just address where you are, be realistic. We've used the Blues model. We've used the Armstrong model. I think that's more important right now, and for Heim to kind of spell out what it's going to take as opposed to saying, all right, Doug, here you go, $100 million for this pitcher. I mean, I don't think they would do that anyway.
No.
But I also think it's not necessarily going to. If you signed a $100 million pitcher next year to this squad, how much better are you?
Well, you're not going to be able to get the premier guy, and they really haven't over the last few years. But you might get that second or third tier guy that could at least. You got to fill out a pitching staff somehow.
Correct. I'm not saying you shouldn't spend. I'm saying you don't have to all of a sudden just change your entire DNA and be swashbuckling. All right, $400 million on the payroll now.
No, they won't do
I don't think that's going to change enough. But I do think what Joe's referencing is to kind of get out there, admit that this thing is in the tank, instead of acting like everything's just fine.
Get rid of the 20-year-old girls in short shorts on the Jumbotron every 15 minutes, too. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's in the 314.
You think that's the problem with the organization? The girls that sling the T-shirts off the dugout?
How are the sports? Are they great?
That's one of the highlights of the evening. That's about all we got now.
Why do you hate Andre Palante?
Well, I don't hate him. I hated the way he pitched last night. That was pretty ugly. He gave up 8 runs in 5 innings.
It's been trending that way.
Probably not good enough.
They're 1 in 10. 1 in 10 in his last 11 starts. Kind of an indication that when he starts, it's not going to go well.
Yeah.
And Ali Marmol was asked, what are you going to do? I mean, basically, I think Jeff Jones said, options, will you look at, basically, it's time to pull him from the rotation. And Ali said to Jeff Jones, what are you suggesting? And he said, well, put him in the bullpen, give somebody else his starts. And Ollie said, I know. He said, let's see what's beneath him, meaning, do we have anything in Memphis? And I think Ollie was saying, I hear you, not sure what we've got.
Well, you got to hand Palante this. He stepped into the Fetty role nicely.
He's taken on the Fetty role. I would start Kyle Leahy. I'd at some point call up Quinn Matthews. I get it. We don't want to start clocks around here, but just do something different. I think that's what we're also frustrated by. They did it with Ryan Fernandez at the beginning of the year. He was terrible. They just kept throwing. Well, Doug, if you just keep putting him out there, it'll get better.
Yeah. Who else we got? Well, you better have someone else. How many guys you got in the minor leagues? They all suck like this?
I think they've alluded to that. There isn't a lot there.
They must.
What about more stepdads in short shorts, please? That's from the Warren County, or no, hold on. It's coming in fast and furious on the topic of the girls in the short shorts. Well, anyway, guys, some guy wants stepdads running around in short shorts. I can't find who sent it in. Might have been Steven Time, I think.
Let's just go full on woke and see if that works.
Well, like stepdad night. Like for that night, stepdads throw it out as a way to honor them.
Honoring stepfathers.
I agree with the 314. We need to see a few guys from the 400 level in short shorts and an Eckstein jersey with a stretched out collar and a handful of mustard stains on the dugout dancing instead. Doug, that's from Alan Dadeville, and he's getting ready for the thundering herd between the hedges this Saturday with Georgia.
Okay. I guess I wouldn't be against any sort of promotion at this point. If ever there's a time to begin release the Hoosier, it is now, gentlemen.
Boy, I'll tell you what, you might have your best leverage ever.
Yeah, the Savannah Bananas did something similar to that. It didn't go over that well because a child fell and hit his head. But we got to keep the kids out of this.
Did they really? What did they do? They had a version of Release the Hoosier?
Yeah, they did. They had a couple of young parents with kids that were like 4 or 5 years old, and they were supposed to... I think the kids were supposed to catch the dads, or the dads were supposed to round up the kids. It was one or the other. And one of the dads had 2 kids. One was about 4 or 5, and the other was about 2. So the 4-year-old was running, and the dad was holding the 2-year-old trying to catch him, and fell, and the 2-year-old fell over and hit his head. So that kind of ended that.
Has that made you rethink your plan?
No, it hasn't at all.
And I believe the gentleman who fell is a TMA listener, if memory serves.
Right? Yeah.
Martin, one of us were, I think, in the Hamptons when this event occurred. But I feel like I either got an email or a DM about it.
Yeah, the kid started crying, and they carried him off. It didn't go well.
So are all TMA listeners bad parents, Tim?
Doug, is that what you're saying?
Is there a correlation there?
It could be. But the Hoosiers that I want to see running will not have children in their arms.
Okay.
Isn't anything worth a shot at this point?
They aren't stepdads. They're dads who stepped up. That's from the 573.
Well, that's true. Oh. That's true.
What drop was that?
Oh.
Jack's having a big day over there.
Kind of creepy, isn't it?
Who is that?
Unknown man. One more time.
That's scary.
Oh.
Doug, watch this.
I see what you're doing there.
Creeps right up the back of your spine.
Is it titled Unknown Man?
Correct. And then OOOH. Ooh, and then there's this one. I like that one a lot.
That's not bad.
Now, that needs to replace the media chuckle when they say, well, we've signed Kyle Gibson to a 2-year deal. Instead of that, they would just go, ooh.
About that, Doug.
They could use some of the media chuckles for canned laughters on comedy TV shows.
100%.
Because we'll laugh at anything. The slightest bit funny we'll laugh hysterically at.
It would be better, though, if it was inappropriate media chuckle. All right, we decided we're going to let Graceffo get a couple starts, and then the media just chuckled like...
How can you draft... I don't know how many players they draft nowadays, how many rounds they are. They cut back a bit during COVID, I think. But anyway, they're drafting 30, 40 some odd players every year, and you don't have any pitching, really? How is that possible? Is it that much different pitching at AA, AAA than it is in the majors? It must be. It just must be.
Now, Quinn Matthews, prominent the last couple of years. We've talked about him. He is in Memphis. I think he was injured earlier in the year. Not entirely sure. I know Tink Hence has been injured. But in August, he's made 5 starts, and he's given up a total of 8 runs. So I'd say give him a shot.
Why not?
Could he be worse than what you have seen? God bless Andre Plante, but it's not working.
You would think, and it makes you wonder Is it all about starting the clock? Or do they really not think some of these guys' stuff will play at the major league level?
And what we don't know is the call to the AAA manager. Maybe he says, oh, God, he got lucky those last two. He'd get shelled up there. I mean, you don't know what those conversations are like.
Yeah.
You just look at some of the numbers, though. And I would say, in addition to saying try something different, it's also somebody young and new that has a chance to be part of the next wave. So why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they'll give Palante the next start. They'll probably let Leahy start or do a piggyback. Other teams seem to get creative instead of just saying, well, what else are we going to do? What else are we going to do? I think do something different. Not that it even matters.
Well, it's important, I think, to do something different just towards next year.
Well, I'm saying now that, right, this season doesn't matter.
But if Leahy could give you 5 good innings or something, you might rethink the starting rotation for next year.
And they probably tell you he
fits in there.
can't, he's not stretched out. Okay, fine. So then let him pitch 2 or 3. There's always a reason why.
Stretch him out.
Call up weather. Where are you going to play him? Wherever he wants. That's the answer.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says they're using poor Nikki Glazer to try and draw a crowd next Monday. Doug, Nikki Glazer bobblehead night.
Yeah.
On Labor Day, I guess?
I don't know if they're using her. I'm sure she gets a nice paycheck out of it, too.
Well, isn't that kind of the dream of any St. Louis kid? Like, once you make it big, to get a bobblehead night at the stadium?
Who wouldn't want that?
Probably about the coolest thing you'll do locally in your
They
career.
ought to give her a hot mic and let her just do some material.
The Cardinal players as they come to the
And just
come to
kind
the
of
plate.
weave in Cardinal topics with that saucy language.
See, how about that, Doug? The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's listener interaction at its zenith. You can call in, you can text in, you can talk with other listeners on the TMA YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Down the stretch we come, Jackson, and we've got ourselves a Jim Dandy here with Buck Swope and Riot's dad, both tied at 4 wins. Kevin Miller at 3 wins, and Midge at 2 wins with 3 Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today competitions remaining in the month of August. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And Doug, we are in the sweetest spot of weather in August in the history of St. Louis, Missouri. It is a Jim Dandy out there day in and day out. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp.
Yeah, he gets all the credit for this.
He designs the weather and the sweatshirt.
That's exactly right. Well, thank you, Seth. If you are having issues with your air conditioning, go to DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade. And they sponsor the email of the day. And my father is having a brand-new air conditioning from Design Air Heating and Cooling installed by Design Air Heating and Cooling today on the South Side, brother. That's right. Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, it's Ween Wednesday.
Okay.
Gene and Dean Ween. TMA 101 ESPN program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And look, Jackson's bouncing.
I noticed. You really like that Ween, don't you, boy?
Put that off.
The boy's trying.
They're arguing about whether or not we should have the NBA in St. Louis in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Nice.
Jackson, if you want to get in there, I guess this would be right up your alley. But before you get into that chat and just open up the YouTube app and then type in TMA STL, and then you're in there and you're talking it over with Lex Luthor and Rockio's hostage negotiator, who asks, why so gruff, Jack B?
What? What do you mean gruff?
Gruff.
You'll have to talk with Rockio's hostage negotiator about it.
I don't really want to.
Jackson, for the dossier under construction, one day on a slow day, would you add in there, would you trade the Cardinals right now for an NBA franchise?
You watch it. You watch it.
Don't do this to him. Don't do this to him.
And what would your answer have been 10 years ago?
I don't want that.
That's a yes.
It's under construction.
I don't have to answer that.
That's a yes, you would.
No.
Tim, I was addressing the desk of Jack B, hoping for an answer.
Not the Cardinals. Never the Cardinals. I would never move the Cardinals.
Okay.
But there's another franchise.
That's right down the road. You would swap
move the
for
Blues?
Right.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, even if I might agree with them.
My loins be sopping with this weather. Catch me at Napoli when I get back from Harbor Springs. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag I love this life. Hashtag Braxlin is so St. Charles. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She's hashtagging her texts. And she is currently in Harbor Springs, but she loves her life.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
It is a guy, and he works in the steel industry in Granite City.
But why is he in Harbor Springs then?
He's not. He just isn't.
I don't know if there's better weather in the country than right here in St. Louis.
Couldn't get any better
There you
than
go.
this.
Are there better fans?
Hell no.
There you go. We could use rain about once a week would be nice. It hadn't rained in a while.
I'm fine with
Yard's
it.
getting kind of dry.
I mean,
It's hard. I'm not complaining. No, I'm saying this is as good as it gets.
How about some overnight rain?
That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, Jackson needs to get out there and compress the ball.
Played yesterday.
Oh, where'd your ball strike?
Forest P. Little 9 holes. It was a 2-man scramble situation.
Took a trouble in putting all those trees on trucks and driving them long way away. Took a trouble in putting all those trees on trucks and driving them long way away to some processing plant.
And is there value? Can you sell it to a company? It comes in, scoops up all that lumber, and you recoup some of your losses.
If you are in the lumber industry, call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can text in, Air Comfort Service, text inbox, 314-399-9646. And get involved as Jackson, I guess, is going to with Rockio's hostage negotiator, answering why he's so gruff in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
I think maybe you're dressed kind of like a street tough today.
I'm wearing khaki shorts.
We can't see the shorts.
There's just
Street tough and Huntley.
there's nothing tough.
Ever been carjacked by a gentleman in khaki?
No, you put on khaki shorts and you immediately become 5 times less tough.
So your look is edgy if you're going to Deer Creek Coffee, maybe.
Right.
That's about it.
Yeah, if that. Caldies, maybe.
Okay.
Doug, the University of Missouri gets things underway tomorrow night. It's going to be a Jim Dandy of college football this weekend. We've got 3 top 10 matchups. Now, the one in Columbia is not one of those, but you got Texas, Ohio State inappropriately playing at 11 o'clock on Saturday. You've got Clemson hosting LSU for the Battle of the Death Valleys on Saturday night. And then on Sunday night, you have Miami hosting Notre Dame in a rematch of the 1988 Catholics versus Convicts. But tomorrow night in Columbia, Missouri, we now know who will be under center or in shotgun formation when Missouri takes on the Bears of Central Arkansas. Here is Missouri head coach Eli Drinkwitz on Tiger Talk last night. Martin, you're a big Tiger Talk guy, are you not?
I am. I enjoy when the players are on. Then we get to find out, you've got 24 hours in Como. What are you doing? And I always want to find out if the player's doing anything but playing video games. That's my main goal.
Here is what Eli Drinkwitz had to say about the quarterback situation for tomorrow night.
I just felt like that the best way for us to decide on who was going to be the starting quarterback moving forward was for both of them to play in the game. And there's no great way to do it, right? And so somebody's got to run out there first. I've done it before where, hey, you're going to alternate 2 series apiece. I don't like that. I don't think that gives the guy enough to develop a rhythm. So, everybody's going to get the opportunity to play. I don't know what the game will be like at halftime. It really has no bearing on the decision. Each quarterback's going to get to play a half, and how they play is up to them. And how they perform is really going to be determine their ability to compete. Always compete is to strive together. It's not you against somebody else. And so each quarterback really needs to run their own race, play their game, and help us win. Ultimately, we're trying to win football games.
Who is starting?
I expect when Bo's out there to Sam to be his biggest cheerleader, supporter, helping him on the sideline, making adjustments. And I expect the same thing when Sam's in the game from Bo. I think that's, we're striving together to be the best team that we can be. And, both of them need the experience. Both of them need the opportunity. And, irregardless what anybody else thinks about it, I know what I think about it. And I know what our staff thinks about it. And we've done this before. And so I'm not nearly as concerned as everybody else.
Don't know. Still don't know
Coach,
who's starting.
Coach, we appreciate your candor on the topic. I know it's something you didn't want to address, but thank you very much for allowing us all that information. So, Doug, who's starting?
I don't know.
Bo Prabula will play in the first half. Sam Horn will play in the second half.
According to Pete Thamel.
That's correct.
Pete Thamel, source. Missouri will split the Central Arkansas game on Thursday night between quarterbacks Bo Prabula and Sam Horn. Prabula will start and play the first half. Horn
so maybe they're doing it in alphabetical order?
Oh, that'd be interesting since it's inverse.
Well, if you're going
I was saying Bo. I was going by first names. I call him Bo.
Doug at Kirkwood, did they go by
first names? Mm-hmm.
Vaughn, first in his class. How? Alphabetically.
And now Orson Woods Wacko is taking heat for his Sam Horn report.
Oh, no.
The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says the Orson Woods Wacko is such a fraud. What a wacko man that is from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, who is, of course, listening from Harbor Springs.
Okay. Or Granite City, one or the other.
Could this tool milk this decision anymore? That's from Sharon and Clayton and Doug. The wealthy ladies in the audience are not happy.
No. They want straight talk.
In that setting there, Tiger Talk, that would have been a good chance to just say, we'll start Prabula, who'll play the first half, and then Horn will play the second half, and we want to see how they both look. Done. And did Mizzou fans not go to the game because of that? Did Kansas change their week of preps? I think you can say, we haven't decided on a starting quarterback, but our plan for Thursday will be this.
Hey, Wacko, taste me! That's from Jackson's butt fro.
No. Gosh, I hate to see this.
But because they're splitting the duties on tomorrow evening's debut, does that mean the Orson Woods Wacko was wrong?
Not yet.
Not yet, but Prabula being the one going out there, and Drink says, like, I don't want to go, 2 sets and then switch. And I get that with the rhythm thing. But Bo Prabula is going to go out there when it's 0-0 and there's stakes are still somewhat high.
What if it's 0-0 when Sam Horn goes out there in the third quarter?
It's a big problem if that's the case. It's a big problem.
Big problem for Bo.
Yeah,
and
really big problem, Bo.
Yeah.
But if it's 0-0 and Prabula goes out there and it's whatever the score is with Horn out there.
Whoever starts against Kansas will determine whether the
For sure, but I think if
correct.
you're reading the tea leaves here, Prabula getting the first half means something. He can say it doesn't mean anything, but that for sure, the person you put more trust in is who you put in when it's 0-0.
There has to be a worst-case scenario where they both play, you win the game, bunch of rushing yards, and the quarterbacks are both,
Right. I mean, he's done this with Horn before, where Horn gets to play the second half, but it's all handoffs.
Correct. I don't like that. I would think I'd do quarters.
Quarters. You could even.
I understand not going series to series. I understand that. I think quarters, to your point, when it's potentially 28-0 at halftime, has such a different feel to it.
Right. You could give Prabula the first quarter, Horn the middle 2, and then Prabula the last quarter.
Well, just give him a couple drives.
But no matter what,
Prabula's got the first 3 drives, and then Horn the next 3.
When they win on Thursday, Tim, I'm going to go ahead and predict a win.
Wow. Doug, 36.5 points is your spread.
I'm going to say that they win that game some way, somehow.
Okay.
Do not rush the field. Did you see the University of Missouri has a new announcement now, a new policy?
We expect to win around here. We're not rushing the field.
If fans and students decide to rush the field, the school will get hit with a $500,000 fine by the SEC, which these days is a backup lineman in college football. This applies to storming the court as well, because Mizzou's been fined in the past. So Moon Choi and Laird Veach put out a statement on this. The timing's interesting, Doug.
Yeah.
Right before they played Central Arkansas, do you think they thought fans are a little too hyped
Probably
here?
not this one. I think I saw something on Twitter, whether it's true or not, where they said the $500,000 goes to the other school. Could that be correct? You get fined $500,000 for rushing the field, and the money would go to the other school.
In Mizzou's opponent, it says it'll go to our opponent. I think that's meaning it goes into a
larger
pool.
good,
right? Like not necessarily directly to that opponent. They're
So if
playing.
I'm Central Arkansas, I send up some people from Conway tomorrow night, and right as time expires,
we rush her.
Amen. And there's another $500K for us. If Alabama is able to navigate Florida State this weekend, if Alabama is able to navigate the Badgers on September 13th and win between the hedges on what everybody knows was my birthday, and pay retribution to Diego Pavia on October 4th, and they come into Columbia, Missouri as one of the top teams in the country and undefeated, and Missouri beats them, I would imagine it doesn't matter what that post said. Missouri fans will be rushing the field, albeit at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Maybe. They're even talking about prosecuting people for doing it. They say they're going to take photos and video of everyone who comes onto the field and prosecute them, maybe ban them from the stadium, take tickets away in the future. They're talking really tough.
What game would be worthy of storming the field? I would hope if you beat Kansas, you wouldn't, because that's not a blue blood program. I get it. You hate Kansas. To me, it's what? Just Alabama, only because it's Alabama. You would hope, though, at some point you're Mizzou. All right, man, we won 21 games, or 19 as Jackson calls it. We don't acknowledge the bowl wins. Give me the other game on there. Oh, beat A&M. Okay. Bama's the only one to me. I don't see this as a pressing issue that they were going to need to get in front of, but maybe I'm wrong.
Orson Woods Wacko has issued a statement, Martin, regarding the development at quarterback and his reporting. He says Sam Horn wins the job running away. Hey, stay at home.
Ledoux mom.
Yeah. Hey, stay at home, Ledoux mom. Why don't you come over to my house and I'll show you a wacko man. Central butt-ass Arkansas is nothing more than a scrimmage. Sam Horn will be under center at 2:30 p.m. on September 6th against Rock Chalk Jayhawk. Huh. Well, there it is. Orson Woods Wacko has issued his statement. He does not see these developments as conflicting with his reporting.
Okay.
He is all in. I got to say, he's all in.
And maybe Horn still wins the job. Maybe
this is part of Drink's whole game plan to mess with KU, give you a hint to Bowie Boy, and then all of a sudden switcheroo for the Rock Chalk game.
Yeah,
and then you can play the sound effect. Ooh.
If I were assigning betting odds, Bo Prabula has moved up to minus 220 to be the Mizzou starting quarterback.
What's Sam Horn?
Plus 180.
Plus 180.
All right. Well, the schedule for Mizzou is probably perfect, where you start with a team that you ought to be able to beat, and you see what you got. And then when you play your longtime rivals, you got half a clue of what you have.
Yeah.
Much better for them to start with Central Arkansas than with Kansas.
Mm-hmm. Larry Thornton, big-time Missouri fan, former producer at KSTK in the sports department, says the following. It's always good to reshuffle your offensive line and decide to play both quarterbacks the week before the season. Hello, Weed Whacker Bowl. I've heard the quarterback spot is not great. Hello, Weed Whacker Bowl.
Oh,
hello, Weed Whacker Bowl. Larry Thornton. Big Missouri fan, too.
He just took the wind out of our sails.
It was the Poulon Weed Eater?
I believe it was. I believe it was.
I've had a lot of trouble with Weed Eaters over the years.
Yeah, that little string on the end there is always...
You're supposed to just be able to bounce it, and then the string comes out. That never works. Never works.
Harrison's brother Master wants to place a wager. I will bet Wacko right now. Horn will not be that guy. $100. Harrison's brother Master is trying to... Tam Avenue Capital Partners will take 10% of the wager for facilitating it. And if the Wacko agrees, it's profit season once again.
Who got paid more? Didn't we hear Horns making like $1 million?
The Washington Post in feature story over the weekend talked about Sam Horn also receiving 7 figures.
Yeah.
Multiple sources corroborated that per the Washington
So
Post.
you can make $1 million a year being a backup college quarterback.
And he could pay himself for the rush in the field.
They're going.
Right.
That's right. They're going 6-6 with a trip to Shreveport or Memphis on the horizon. That's from Carlos Spicy. And all of a sudden, Jackson, they're short in the Missouri football market, and they haven't even taken the field against Central Arkansas.
Lo Sween's an Arkansas guy, so he should get his ducks in a row before he starts worrying about anyone else. Wow. Yeah, well, truth hurts.
I guess it would be better if one of the two was so darn good in the preseason and during practice that he'd have to come out and say, we just have to give the job to one or the other because he was so good. I think that would be better than, geez, we don't know.
The Ryan Wingo guy has inside sources? Huh. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig, and if memory serves, Yasiel the Boy Puig, Martin, is making a reference to Larry Thornton's reporting on this program that Ryan Wingo was coming to the University of Missouri. And, of course, unfortunately, from a Missouri fan standpoint, he is hook 'em all day and heading to Columbus, Ohio for an 11 o'clock start this Saturday. Larry Thornton still taking shrapnel for the Ryan Wingo report.
There were a lot of people who felt up until he made the announcement at the U-High that he might be going to Mizzou, and there was some thought that it was a last-minute Texas Brinks truck involved. And I can't remember, was that before it was allowed or not allowed? I forget now.
It was after. It was
it the true
winter of
NIL
24.
world, though? It was 23, the fall of 23.
Fall 23.
But the dad did interviews too. I think Frank had the dad on. I had the dad on. He said, well, you never know.
That's right. After he just committed to
After
Texas.
he committed to Texas.
I love the wacko, but he's moving the goalposts. It's gone from Horn has the job to Horn will win the job. Anyways, Doug, watch this. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? You know I'm such a fool for you. Thanks. Hashtag free gluten. Hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, who's monitoring the situation with the doo-doo man in Indianapolis.
Is he ever?
Free gluten? What's he mean by that?
Free gluten, free perk.
Okay.
Kind of one of those, if you know, you know.
Okay.
This whole show isn't if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Ruin me.
There she is right there.
Well, what's that have to do with gluten?
Well, that's her name on the Twitter tweets.
You like gluten?
Gluten-free perk.
You like gluten?
I never tasted. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't care one way or the other, really. Can you tell if something's gluten-free? I guess perk can.
I don't know. I don't know if I ever had a taste test.
Doug Bano's not happy. You know Bano at all? Do you
No.
pronounce it Bano or Bano?
I don't know who it is.
Okay, he has sent in a large volume of text, and he wants us to be talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and then says, football sucks. Mizzou won't beat anyone real. No game is worthy because Mizzou will never win a big game. Martin is right. It's not a pressing issue because Mizzou won't win any big games. Let's just read text from the same two douchebags every day. Enough about Mizzou. Talk Taylor and Travis in caps.
Okay,
2/3
stop
of
it.
St. Louis doesn't give an ish about Mizzou. Same text being read every day. Tim should make $1 million. Well, we're on the same page. Good Lord, this is boring. If you know, you know that this segment blows chunks. I'd be happy if Tim was getting paid more. Doug, that's
Who was it, Tim?
Bano or Bano?
Hello. Bano, you just got yourself suspended. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name right now is going into the suspension logule. And I'll tell you what else I'm going to do. I'm going to hit you with a 10% tariff.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it shouldn't raise prices too much.
Is there a question in there?
Yeah,
or what
yes.
the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
You don't want your interview subject to say, what the hell are we doing?
Have you learned anything? Sorry.
All right, let's bring him in. Post Central Arkansas, I need that gentleman asking all about the quarterback situation with a couple of...
He's dying.
You bunch of bozos on the Forest Park trees. They turn the trees into mulch. God, what are you, third grade? That's from the 314. Doug, that was your crowdsourcing question. Now you got an answer.
These are big, enormous 60, 70-foot trees with big round trunks. That's all just mulch?
I'm with Doug. I wanted more out of that big lumber.
Yeah. They'll be able to do something other
Get out
than
of here
just
with this mulch.
How much mulch do you need? That could
Correct.
mulch half of St. Louis.
Relax, Doug.
Okay. You know what? I'm intrigued by this Nikki Glazer night.
that up.
I think
it doesn't feel like a cardinal fit. I will say that's stepping out of their comfort zone.
But they've talked about improving the game day experience. What would be better than having an insult comedian up there with John Hewlett on the stadium mic and just blistering the players?
And he just sets it up. And now batting, Nolan Gorman. And then she just goes off.
Yeah, she just rips him. You don't think the fans would think that was okay? Some of the B-Fibs would have a problem with
14,000 there would be.
Yeah.
You know.
I had to do a live shot last night. And this is
Did you go from Chairman Stephen Wildwood's place?
No, actually, he and I talked yesterday. He'd been under the weather, and he said, my wife would kill me if we're down here at 10:30 drinking and doing live shots on the 2 Fox. He needs to shut it down. We're going to revisit. He said he prefers, and Tim, it's important at this point in my career that the listeners of this radio show dictate where I go live and when. He said he'd prefer to do it pregame. So I believe in September we're going to do one from the balcony pregame, which might be more fun with the megaphone barking at players. But I had to do a late night live shot, and I took a picture because the stadium was empty. And I really wanted to tweet, God, look at it. There's literally no one here, and not reveal that it was 10:40.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Photographer Lensman Jake said, look around, man. He goes, they don't even really have many people to clean up. You know, there used to just be storms of people to come in and clean up.
Yeah.
And we saw like 3 or 4 guys picking up trash. It was sad.
It's cost a lot of people jobs, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ushers they don't need, and vendors, and it has a big ripple effect. I'm sure the restaurants down there, the bars that are still left, I'm sure they're hurting. Yeah, it's very sad.
Well, you got centigrade tonight. Got your ace on the mound.
And it won't be too hot, so he should pitch well.
Okay.
So think about that.
At least we scored a couple runs against the Pirates. Last time we played, we got no runs in 3 games. We scratched out 3 last night.
Nice.
Everything's just wet.
If you are dealing with conditions that are not optimal, maybe it could be low testosterone, low energy, low motivation. You're tired all the time. You're putting on weight, or you're experiencing muscle loss. Those can be symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality can help. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Check out Mentality. Get tested. See what your free testosterone levels are. I've been there to get tested. You're in and out within 20 minutes, and you get valuable information. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids and be the husband your spouse knows you can be. This year, make sure you are optimizing yourself with Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find a limited time offer or deal. Mentality. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night at the hands of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Back in action today as they take on Pittsburgh again. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray taking the bump for the Cardinals. Those are our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I guess this Ween Wednesday's pretty sick. You're right.
Extremely sick. We're not well.
The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Brown and Krupin's your presenting sponsor, Doug, and Bano was not happy with the topic of conversation. Wanted to hear us talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Doug, I know that you have been monitoring the engagement market for years, and you're buzzing about this one.
I really am. And I see that SoFi Stadium in L.A. has offered them a venue to have their wedding there.
Them off.
Yeah. That can't happen there. If you were them, where would you get married?
St. Gabriel's.
Arrowhead or private? Just do it on the down low? Would almost be too big of an ordeal if they do it at a football stadium.
St. Gabe's would probably be the best play.
I agree with that.
Oh.
God, I got to tell you, I barely care about sports, and I can't stand this story. I am so sick of this story. God, good for them. Happy for them.
My God.
But why in the hell do people really care? And they're saying, look, all the social media reaction, it's a bunch of people. I can't believe they're getting married.
Yeah,
I don't
why
get
can't
it.
you believe it? They've been dating 2 years.
I just don't get it. Good for them. Just couldn't care less.
Yeah.
God. And by the way, when I said it, now I'm getting pissed off. By the way, when I not about that. When I said, Sonny Gray, your ace is out there, there's some sarcasm. This show has sort of made its name on sarcasm. So for all the people saying, ace, look at his ERA, pay attention.
Who else would be the ace?
God.
Jackson, what is your reaction to Bano's story?
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, yeah, good on them. It's cool.
Did you write a tribute or do a video post?
No, but safe to say I'm not I wouldn't call myself a Taylor Swift fan, not because I'm anti. I just don't listen to the music that much. And by that much, I mean ever. So that didn't really affect me, but, I get it. People love her like crazy, and, she's getting married.
She's going to need a prenup, isn't she?
I don't know. I assume. But I think they're both doing pretty well.
Well, I know that. But
she's like...
She's probably got 10 times what he has.
Darren Ravel was on that with a Twitter tweet yesterday saying she has 7x net worth. Again, once you hit 9-figure net worth, you are required by the federal government to turn your net worth over to Darren Ravel so he can tweet about it.
Okay.
I think they should just get a bar napkin and they could write on there, I'll keep mine, you can keep yours. And Travis like, cool.
Yeah.
She's cool.
He doesn't strike me as someone you'd have to really negotiate hard against.
Oh my God, shut up about this nothing story. No one cares about these two dweebs. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Clearly people do care about them.
I don't think you'd call them
do,
dweebs.
and that's what bothers me.
Sure. But I think that I did see something interesting yesterday that is kind of funny is imagine you're Kylie Kelce, who's married to Jason Kelce, and you just were at a bar and you swiped on Hinge and met Jason Kelce, and then fast forward 10 years and now your sister-in-law is with Taylor Swift. Pretty wild.
I think about that.
I didn't follow a whole of that.
Okay,
so Kylie Kelce.
So marrying Jason is a big deal, and now
she met him on an app?
Yes, they met on a dating app.
Okay,
and so you're just swiping in Philadelphia, and you land on Jason Kelce, this kind of overweight football player, and you go on a couple dates with him, marry him, and now next thing you know, your sister-in-law is with Taylor Swift.
So you're saying it's cool.
Pretty wild turnaround.
Okay, not I'm less relevant than I used to be married to Jason because holy crap, look who he married. You're saying how cool is it? Your sister-in-law.
Like a wild turn of events in your life.
Only blue-haired single women who can't land a boyfriend live their lives through Taylor Swift. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
What percentage of young couples now are getting married after meeting online on a dating
Jackson,
app.
what number do you have there from your buddy Herb?
I can,
As opposed to meeting
I can try to
organically.
find that information.
You think it's about 50-50?
You feel like it's the second time you've been crowdsourced today?
I just like the idea that I would have that information in my back pocket.
What's happening to the trees at Forest Park, guy?
That actually is like something I could maybe even come close to answering. This is going to take
I bet it's like
data.
I bet it's like 50-50 now. Couples meeting organically and those meeting online or dating apps.
They didn't meet on an app, you dweeb.
Well, I didn't say they did.
If he's talking
Harris's
about-
brother, Matt.
If he's talking about Jason and Kylie, she's told that story on their podcast.
Jason Kelce and his wife met on an app.
I don't think Taylor Swift was on Hinge.
Doug, according to the Knot 2025 survey, shows that 27% of engaged couples met on dating apps.
Okay.
What was that number, Chairman?
27.
27%.
Of engaged, okay.
Yeah, that would make sense. And where did Travis and Taylor meet?
Travis put it out on their podcast, the New Heights podcast, him and Jason Kelce, that he was a real big fan. And I guess through the grapevine, she heard about it. They met up. She came to a game. Rest is history.
Huh. Okay.
So he kind of, as the kids would say, manifested it.
Mm-hmm. He seems like a cool guy. Seems
Absolutely.
like a guy that everybody, teammates love him and everything.
Yeah.
Big Blues fan.
Hey, Tim, I love me some Tay-Tay, but you know who I really love? This new blonde from Lincoln Park. She's into hot women as well. And if she were mine to give, I'd offer up to you on a silver platter because I love to give you my prey like a proud little cub. Doug, that's from the recovering alcoholic.
Like a proud cub. Bringing the prey to Mama Bear. That's what's happening here.
She replaced Chester in Lincoln Park, Doug, is that correct?
I don't have
Emily
any
Armstrong.
idea.
And you're familiar with her work, Jackie Papers?
No.
You named her just like that, though.
I looked it up.
Deus sourcing.
Yep.
Do you think people in Kansas City are tired of this story? I know outside of it here, it's
We ought to get the Colonel on.
do you think people in KC can't get enough? Or
I
do
would
you
bet
think,
you the Colonel is tired of it.
Yes.
Yeah. But Kansas City is
He
kind
didn't
of
want
been
us to call on a Monday. What do you want? What's your segment?
Kansas City has been the hub of the football world for
Yeah.
a number of years now. They probably love it.
But they don't need her to be the darlings of
Doesn't
the NFL.
hurt.
But it's helped them.
Absolutely. Doesn't hurt at all. I was asking the Deus, do you think Kansas City people have fatigue? Or you think it's 50-50?
I would say no.
Think they just love it and can't get enough?
I mean, you have one of the two main faces of what has been one of the most glorious periods in their city's history. And now you have the famous, one of the most, if not the most famous musician. Again, I'm like Jackson, doesn't do it for me, but I recognize that she's the most popular musician right now globally, marrying one of the two faces of their franchise, while that franchise has been in Super Bowls left and right and winning them left and right. I don't know. I mean, if it were in St. Louis, I would imagine people in St. Louis would be all over it. And you'd automatically have people who just say that they hate it just because that's their perception of what the quote-unquote cool thing to do is. But, you know, I would imagine that it's still popular over there. I know that St. Louis is not popular over there. Doug, did you watch the Goo Goo Doll show in Kansas City?
Doggone it, I missed it. Doggone it.
Is it Johnny Resnick? Is that how you say it?
I don't know
The
who
lead
he is.
singer?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was up on stage in Kansas City the night after they played in St. Louis this past weekend and said, "St. Louis, it's so great to effing be here." And they booed the hell out of him.
Oh, he thought he was in St. Louis.
Still, And he was talking about that show they did at Red Rocks 2 nights ago, and he said, "Man, they hate me in Kansas City now because I said we were in St. Louis."
Yeah, that's a big
And that
blunder.
shouldn't be a death sentence, but apparently that's it.
Still,
He crossed the
still a
line.
thing going on, even though we have adopted their football team.
So if he came out and said, "Hey, Joplin, how we doing tonight?"
Probably wouldn't matter.
"Hey, Chicago," not a big deal. St. Louis.
First, Taylor Swift, now Ted Lasso. Kansas City is the new Hollywood. That's from the 818, which is, I believe,
there.
an LA area code.
It's getting there. Have you ever been in a city and not been sure what city you were in?
Yeah, I have. I'm sure we have when we would travel around a lot. It's like the first 5 seconds because you're in a hotel and you go, "Where?"
Yeah, but
And then you
not
catch
on
it.
a stage or something. Not like if you were doing a broadcast, you wouldn't forget what city you're in.
Yeah, TMA's remotes have not necessarily got to New York City or LA yet. We're more of a Fenton
I'll tell you, when you're doing a live from Normandy Golf Course, you're never sure exactly what township you're in.
Thank you. I like that township, too, like we're in Boston.
You got that Beverly Hills.
Right?
Belnor.
So now you're thinking you're in California.
Pasadena Hills
Is there an
right there.
Edmondson?
Yeah, good place to get like a ticket on your way to the airport. You've never heard of the town.
Don't sleep on Bonita Park.
What municipality is
yeah.
the airport in?
St. Louis City actually owns the airport.
The city owns it, but like what municipality?
Bridgeton, I think.
Okay.
It's a great question. And the great Elliot Davis, early in his Fox 2 career, was at the airport. There was some fire or something terrible. And at the end, he was clearly thinking what you were thinking. Where am I? Am I in Florissant? Am I in Hazelwood? And he said, and I'm Elliot Davis from, and there's this huge pause. He goes, the scene of destruction. And I thought, that's pretty good.
By definition, accurate.
Yes.
Smart move. Veteran move.
That's pretty good.
Tim, is Tay-Tay bigger than Madonna was at her peak? Please discuss. That's from the 314.
Oh, I think yes. Yes, in a big way.
It's tough. It's tough with social media and streaming. Like, I think those two are tough to actually find out who is bigger.
But I think because of it, it's a slam dunk because those elements are out there that
Yes.
Taylor's
yeah.
bigger.
I'm going to say yes, and I'd like to give you my reasoning like Don Corleone did to Joe Torre in The Godfather. Because Taylor Swift is seen as more family-friendly, whereas Madonna was controversial, like a virgin. She was in the dress, and rolling around, and then she would do things to upset the religious people. This is a, hey, bring the kids, bring mom, bring dad. Everybody's welcome under the big tent. Madonna, not as much. I shall say that Taylor Swift is more popular at her peak than Madonna at her peak. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless these
And this has
United
been
States of
going
America.
on with Taylor Swift for a while now. Like
Yeah, Kanye went up there in 2009.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
A company in Kansas City let their employees go home early to celebrate.
Martin, I bet that angers you to no end.
I saw a video of a college class, a professor saying right at the beginning of the class, they just got engaged, so you can all get out of here now. We're not going to have class. And the kids are running out of the classroom, and the comments are always, we're paying $50,000 a year for this kind of education in college, and it became a whole thing.
636, I've spoken with Chiefs fans who are sick of it. So yes, Martin. 314, Kansas City loves it. Taylor Swift is a future KC resident.
I don't know if I might short that market.
Maybe she'll have a place there.
Oh, yeah. You would think she
Staley's
would.
Garage Door said, can we move on yet? Tim, they're not happy about, I don't know, everything.
You're welcome to express your pleasantness. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you got this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson, have you gone in there and explained why you're so gruff to Rocchio's hostage
I
negotiation?
don't really know it. Like what? Like talking in a low tone? I don't know. I don't really want to. It sounds awful.
Jackson will not. You know what? In this commercial break, I'm going in there.
All right.
And
Hey, listen.
I will explain myself.
Okay.
And I might attack Jackson.
Well, I hope you do.
From my burner.
Right. Well, that's the respectful thing to do.
Thank you. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Croup at 101 ESPN, and I'm going into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now with 248 friends. YouTube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Nice. So good.
Maybe we should leave early. Just, big news.
Mm-hmm. It seems reasonable. Seems like the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Go on home and just think about this for a while.
Well, the program is called TMA. It's on 101 ESPN. And, Doug, I was just in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat talking it over with a wide variety of friends who have gathered.
Is that right?
Yeah, I enjoy talking it over with them. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Following today's program, week 1 of the college football season, the Spread Zone presented by FanDuel. We're in the middle of radio wars, as you guys know. We have Zoom calls every night to see how we handle our situation with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show. I co-host that with Anthony Stalter, the Fast Lane, and Riz of the Rizzuto Show. It's awkward, but one thing that I can tell you after week 1 of FanDuel's Spread Zone is we are turning out profit.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, Anthony Stalter went 6-3 last week. He was really high on underplays on Iowa State and Kansas State, and because of Iowa State kneeling it down at the end, he was handsomely rewarded there. Gave us the under on the first quarter, the under on the first half. He went 6-3. I went 5-1. Rizzuto went 2-0. We'll be making our plays, and that'll be on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel this afternoon as the college football season really gets underway starting tomorrow night. And Joe Lunardi is celebrating the start of the college football season.
Oh, no.
What? Something happened?
So you got the bowl game matchups by now after watching Iowa State and Kansas State? No. You pretty much know who's going to play everywhere?
No, he just released brand new bracketology for college basketball in honor of the start of the college football season.
Okay, yeah.
Doug, unbelievable what we could have going on here in the Midwest Regional as he's got Illinois taking on Utah Valley as a 4 seed, playing them in Portland. And then if Missouri is an 8, can get past Creighton and Houston, Illinois and Missouri would meet in the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tournament right here in Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, and somebody actually posts that. Is it?
It was in Jackson's links. If our producer says, you talk about it, boy, you guess what I do? I talk about it, boy.
Okay. We've got the brackets set up already. Haven't had the first practice yet. Might not even know everyone who's on the team yet.
No,
they're not practicing yet.
They've practiced in the summer. Coach Schertz will tell you. They practice in the summer.
There's no rules as to when they can start practicing now?
Well, there's some rules, but
they
it's a little more year-round than it used to be.
Yeah, they practice.
But if you're Joe Lunardi, somebody gets to you and says, you got a great brand. People love this bracketology.
They don't.
Then they know some executive producer, somebody somewhere said, hey, Joey, is there any way to do this year-round?
He's filling space on a website.
I bet you anything somebody said, can you do this year-round?
I bet nobody told. I bet he just does it.
The link I have says Joe Lunardi is celebrating the start of college football with new bracketology.
That's just ridiculous. It's early. It's way too early bracketology.
I'm kind of pissed that the Taylor-Travis thing has overshadowed the latest bracketology.
Maybe we should have led with it then.
Tim, the only thing I love more than the Taylor-Travis engagement is all the fats losing their minds over it. That's from the Concord Caucasian?
The fats are mad about what?
Them getting engaged.
The fats, because Taylor's off the market.
So I
they
guess
got no
that's
shot
me
now.
included. I just had enough.
March Madness in August. Yay. That's from the 636. Steven Time has just released his plays. Baylor plus 2.5. Georgia Tech -4 is his lock. Syracuse plus 14 with a money line sprinkle.
God.
Nebraska -6.5. Texas State -13.5.
Stop it.
Under 50.5. Florida State and Alabama. USC -35.5. Go get rich this weekend, Doug. That's from Steven Time. He just made us even wealthier.
Okay.
Gotta do
Now,
it.
are these basketball picks or football?
That sounds like
Who knows?
football. That sounds like football.
Doug, you're confused because we were talking March Madness.
I was confused for a second, especially when you said Syracuse. I was like, ooh, what are we talking about?
Right. And we're
Fran
talking
Brown,
about that big Illinois-Utah Valley matchup already?
Yeah, in Portland.
In Portland in March.
I can count on one finger how many people in this area care about college hoops. Let's discuss how effing dumb Missouri is by not having sports gambling ready for football. That's from Harrison's brother Master. We might have found common ground right there.
I was just going to say, Harrison, I'm with you.
Well, you got this video poker thing that one guy needs to have taken care of. Mm-hmm. So we'll get around to sports gambling in December, right after college football wraps up.
I didn't used to even see those video poker games, but I noticed.
Well, you don't hang out in nice areas.
Yeah, the last time I was in Wright City, I stopped at a gas station there, and they had them with people playing them.
Did you stop in?
Was that after a member guest?
No, I played at Innsbruck.
Yeah, but did you play the games?
I did not. I wouldn't know how to. But they were
Are they
playing them like the
slots?
Zickens.
Is there actual poker being played?
No, it's not poker. No,
It's video poker, the thing that you play in Las Vegas while you're waiting for your HUA at the bar.
Yeah, or like at the airport when your flight's delayed 40 minutes.
Yeah, and man, is it profit season.
Yeah, they always.
Cam Avenue Capital Partners highly advocate video poker.
because they wouldn't be set up against the player or anything.
Those
There's always
machines
an
are loose.
ATM right next to it. Bad sign.
That'd be a nice way to make a living, wouldn't it?
Playing video poker?
Rig a video poker game with an ATM machine right next to it.
Absolutely.
Somebody's doing it.
Your institution will keep $4. We get another $4. Yeah, fine.
Taylor Low-Key Abadi might need a couple beers to consider Big Trav. Thanks. Hashtag fat. Doug, that's from Marsh's burner.
I didn't know what it meant.
Taylor Low-Key Abadi.
What does that mean?
Translates to Taylor Swift is good looking.
Might need a couple beers to consider Big Trav. Thanks. Hashtag fat. That's from Marsh's burner.
Second half would be if I were to consider sleeping with Travis Kelce, I would need to have some alcohol.
Oh, you speak jive.
I could pick up on that one.
Okay.
And is that from Marsh or just his burner?
That's from his burner. I don't think that's from Andrew Marsh, but I can't be sure.
Could be.
I'll text him.
We don't know.
Doug, Texas money line and Miami money line. Parlay it. You're welcome. That's from Clem.
Do it.
Who is Clem and why is he chirping?
What do you think that's short for? Clementine? Good ice cream and the delicious orange.
Guys, the Fats are mad about Southwest Airlines' new extra seat policy being removed. That's from.
That's going to hit him hard.
What does that mean?
Now, if you can't fit in one seat, you got to buy 2 tickets.
That hasn't always been the case.
No.
Yeah, they kind of spill over.
Yeah. It's not starting immediately, but there is a start date.
So when you sit down to some
You used to get a free seat if you were in that situation?
People next to you would just have to suffer.
So now is the flight attendant going to come over to a person and judge the spillage and say you're going to need to buy an extra seat?
I guess.
Because nobody in that position thinks most people think, I'm fine. I can fit into one seat. So who determines?
Right.
And what if you bought the one seat and you get there and like, oh, you're a little over.
Full flight.
How do you enforce that?
You have to go into the cargo hold?
They say if it's not a full flight, they won't have to pay.
Okay, got it.
If there's an extra seat somewhere, you can sit in those 2. But to cover up 2 entire seats, you'd have to be 400 pounds or more, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably.
So if you're just spilling over a little, the poor guy in the middle seat or next to you, they're just going to have to deal with it.
What if you buy 2 just to spread out? Just like a little extra room. And then people probably say, hey, anybody sitting there? Like, I bought both seats because I wanted to have my laptop. I want to have some room to nap. It's a
It'd
long
probably be
flight.
a fight. It's probably a fight waiting to happen.
I'll take that seat. Sir, that's not, I paid for it. I bet that's happened.
Tim, wasn't your plan always to put naughty magazines on the seat next to yours?
I'll tell you what, I did do that, and it worked so well. Back in the day, Martin, when traveling for KMOV, and we're on the Southwest flights, oftentimes
Tim?
flying with Naum, flying into Baltimore to travel to Philadelphia for advanced coverage of the Rams-Eagles NFC Championship game.
Ooh,
Save a little money. You fly into Baltimore. You drive to Philadelphia. Because what are they? They're like 10 minutes apart?
5, 10.
And we'd have that middle seat. And you'd have FHM magazine, Maxim, and you'd put that in the middle seat, and somebody would get ready to sit down. They go, "Oh no, I don't want to sit next to the pervert boy."
Oh, really?
And they would keep them moving. And then my lensman, who I believe still is at KMOV and might be on air now, if I'm not mistaken, but I haven't had a chance to watch it as much as I'd like. He used to take the vomit bag sitting next to me with the middle seat open, and he would rock back and forth and go, "Oh, I shouldn't have had those eggs." And so people would get ready to sit down, and they'd see that he might be on the vomit comment, and they would pass.
Yeah.
These are a couple strategies that we would employ to ensure that middle seat would remain. So it was a combination of stag mags and vomit comments.
It's like foot porn.
Yeah, it's a good
You can
plan.
employ that as well.
Maybe the Sky
Like
Piggies do it to scare people off.
I just feel like that's going to be tough with the magazine industry kind of falling off a little bit.
Whoa.
Well, you know, like I like
Tim just puts his phone out there and it's got something.
that would honestly be better because like
My Brazzers hat.
people my age wouldn't even know what that is.
When was the last time you ever bought a magazine?
I don't remember.
That's a nice question.
But like,
Probably at an airport.
But like, when was the last time someone bought like a nude magazine? You know,
Put that up.
Nude.
like it's so like you can find all of that and more, like and way more on the internet
For nothing.
The last time you even see a magazine, though, is typically at the airport.
Yeah, the
is
airport's
at
the only
Hudson
place.
News.
Yeah.
And it's always like George Clooney living his best life.
Yeah.
And you're like,
People
oh,
mag.
wow, Brad Pitt back again.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay.
James Carlton's back again. He's back again as my insurance agent. He should be your insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. He presents you, the Colonel, every Monday and Friday here on this presentation. And he is heavily involved in Missouri's NIL for the upcoming season. James Carlton's been my insurance agent since 2019, and I'd like to recommend him wholeheartedly to you. I would probably tell you that if we were just meeting on the street, although I probably wouldn't talk with you. James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Martin, one of your all-time favorites, is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Jackson, be prepared to be invited somewhere. It's Dan Jansen, enemy of Buck Swope here on TMA. Good morning, Dan.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Phi Alpha, brother. Phi Alpha.
Phi Alpha. Martin, did you go to the golf thing for Chumley with Chumley?
I believe, okay, since we're speaking in code, guys, this would be Dan is a Rockhurst alum. They're the Hawks, I think, and Our Little Haven, run by the great Scott Hummel and his wife Kathleen. Now, Our Little Haven, great charity, and they had a recent golf outing, and Dan, I did not attend.
Okay, just I wasn't there either, so obviously. Hey, I confirm that story. My neighbor was on the plane with you, Billy Mack.
Whoa.
And he told me the story.
Oh, that I would put out the Stag magazines?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an effective tactic. I recommend it to all.
Yeah, so, yeah. Anyway, he had told me it because I told him you kind of reference it at times on the show. All right, I'm going to sign off before...
No, that's it? Oh, that's it?
I think the audience wants more.
You don't have an invite for Jackson?
I was there last night, and I had 2 extra seats, but, you know, I can only get rejected so many times. And the problem is they were right behind home plate, but they were not green seats. And so Jackson would only go to green seats.
That's true.
And, you know, I invited him to the Champions Club, and he rejected me on that.
No.
Well, sorry.
No.
We're losing you.
Doug, we got a bad connection.
Okay.
There you have it.
All right. Did you reject him,
There's
Jackson?
Dan. What's that?
Did you reject him?
Yes.
Oh, did you?
Well, yeah. Yes. I don't know. I'm not going to try to qualify it. Yeah.
You're not the
be a
biggest
stranger.
baseball fan.
That's not true. That's a falsehood right there. I'm not to say that. I've probably been to as many games as you.
You have?
Yeah, probably 7 or 8 games.
You're a
this
big
year.
Saturday night ball game guy.
Yeah, it's a great with your friends. It's a great social setting. I didn't mean to jump on you.
Does that change a little bit now, though, with college football stuff?
Yeah, absolutely, especially when your team's not in it anymore.
I'm dead serious. As much as I want to go out and compress the ball this weekend, I mean, I'm talking Friday. I'm talking Saturday. I'm talking Sunday.
Really?
I'm talking Monday.
Yeah.
With college football being on, I go, yeah, I want to get out there, but I kind of want to watch these games.
Saturday, because Mizzou's not playing, and this will be the only Saturday outside of 5 weeks.
You got Hook'em against Ryan Day.
Yeah. In protest to the 11 a.m. start, I might play golf.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. That'll teach him.
It's just like Mizzou, outside the bye weeks, will play every Saturday going forward, and they definitely don't want to miss those games. So I feel like, especially given the weather as well, that this is a prime opportunity for a Saturday round. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You can also play real early on Saturday.
Well, if you go out to Forest Park and play, ask what they did with the trees.
I should have asked yesterday. I was there yesterday. I should have asked.
Okay.
Who scooped in and swooped in?
I mean, I still have some context there I could text.
What did we do?
What the F was that call? Never again! That's from Beer Cats Doug, and he won the January 2023 TMA Listener of the Month, and his son became the first ever father-son pairing to win the TMA Listener of the Month, and that's Little Beer Cats, who has a cuck stool in Murray State.
And he says, never again?
Yeah, on Dan Jansen.
Dan.
It did seem like, Martin, he was tending to some personal business over the air.
First, we had to determine whether I was at the Our Little Haven golf tournament. We took care of that in Chumley, Scott Hummel. And then he just wanted Tim to know that story was accurate. Tim, the story.
That I did indeed put FHM and Maxim magazines in the middle seats.
And then Billy Mack was dragged into it. But that was the end of it. And we said, don't be a stranger, which means, Doug, never call again. No.
You are welcome to call in just like Dan Jansen did at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. I'm going back in there in the commercial break. I'm going back in there to talk to John Scores and Jake and St. Genevieve and Uncle Cucker and Chief J Strongblow and Bill Reloaded, who once bleached for Dan Jansen, and of course Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, youtube.com/TMASTL. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
It really does. It makes me question a lot of things. Like, why am I here? What are we doing?
Very existential.
Is there more? What's the purpose of life?
Just went Admiral Stockdale on us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1982 vice presidential debate. Was that at WashU?
WashU, I want to say it was.
Mm-hmm.
The program is called The Morning After. It's a Ween Wednesday on 101 ESPN. Gene and Dean Ween bringing us back from break here as Jackie Papers is enjoying a wonderful music theme, and you can enjoy it as well by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. You can also text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Wilson Contreras, Doug, getting a 6-game suspension for the activities on Monday evening. Were you surprised by that suspension?
I guess it was a little more than I thought he'd get, although I don't know that you can complain about it. You just can't behave that way. You just can't. And they have to hit you with a harsh fine so that that kind of nonsense stops. That doesn't show that you hate losing or that you're a better competitor than the next guy. That just shows a lack of self-control and self-discipline. That was a ridiculous display.
Now, 6 seems excessive, but I do wonder now, these leagues, everyone appeals. I wonder if they have to inflate the original suspension because it always gets knocked down.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I think that is a tight read, sir.
So it'll come back as a 3-game suspension. So if they hit him with 3 and he appeals, then it's 1 or 2. I actually talked to him last night, and I said, can you do something? He said, I can't talk about the appeal. I'm not allowed to say anything. Until I said, when do you think it'll be decided? He thought the next couple of days he would know, but I don't know that it really matters, Doug. But
and you don't get
lose
paid
that
on
money.
those games.
Well, I think it's about $70,000 a game for him.
Yeah, that's a significant amount of money.
Ali Marmol saying, my thought is that we'll probably hear something by tomorrow morning, as in today, and then go from there. So he is expecting to hear the results of the appeal. He, of course, played last night in the Cardinals' loss, but Marmol says they're expecting the results of the appeal today.
This could knock him right out of the pennant race.
Don't you say that. Don't you say that.
Okay.
Not when we're holding rights.
Could be devastating. They're only 18 back of Milwaukee with more than 18 to play, so mathematically there's still a shot.
Isn't that the most telling number, how much better Milwaukee is than you are?
Yes.
Forget the third wild card talk. Even when you're 2 back, 3 back.
Preach to me. Preach to me, sweet prince.
But I'm saying even when you're, quote, in the mix a month ago or whatever, the division race has been over for a long time. That's the number one sign is little old Milwaukee's kicking your ass. I mean, that's hard to comprehend.
Doug, in case you haven't noticed, a lack of self-control and self-discipline is the way of America these days. Wilson Contreras is completely on brand. That's from caller Ellen.
Who can't get through all those shit.
It doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right. It's wrong. There's some truth to it, but it's still wrong. It's not the way to behave.
I must be blocked from the text line, and this ish is bogus. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy. Jackson, can you even block people from the text inbox?
I can, but I don't.
You've only blocked one person, and they were texting in Russian code?
Yes. There was just Russian letters coming in for like a day, and I was like,
were they trying to hack you?
I wonder if that was what it was.
Bot of some sort. So, but that's the only person that's ever been blocked.
Do you suppose hackers get up in the morning, take their shower, put on their dress clothes, and sit down on the computer and just start hacking like the Dickens?
Yes. That's exactly what they do. Hacking just means coding. So they're just coding. Like, that's just a colloquial term for coding.
But trying to code into other people's
something. Yeah, but someone who's just like they could say I've been hacking for like 8 hours. And that just means they're coding for their business. But hacking into something, that's where it gets. But they're also creating.
They report to an office there with 100 of them.
I don't know if that says if there's a real paramilitary structure.
Yeah.
But
and from all over the world, it's not just one country doing it, right?
For sure, it's usually like you create an algorithm and then that builds on itself. So it's not like necessarily a human doing it. At one point, it was a human.
Sounds like you know a little too much about this hacking stuff.
No, Jackson's hacking?
Really wish.
Hacking Jackson?
I really wish, like in middle school, I learned how to code.
Well, they don't teach that a lot in 7th grade, do they?
But you can learn like the alphabet. You can learn because like coding is a language. You can learn the language and then develop your skills as you mature and become like. I have a couple friends who do that, and they get paid a lot of money to do what they do.
I thought I read that AI though will cut into that. Some of the coding.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure it will.
Hacking's not coding, you bozo. Wrong. That's from Johnny Cakes. He's not happy now.
Feel free to send in anything further than you are wrong. Period.
You can call in Johnny Cakes, delicious flapjacks up. Was that New Hampshire where Vito went hiding?
I don't know where he went.
314-974-0101. Johnny Cakes, we will move you to the front of the line so you can talk about hacking and coding with Jackson.
While the term often has negative connotations due to its association with cybercrime, not all hacking is malicious.
Well, what other kind of hacking would there be?
Jerk.
Hey, sorry, I asked a question.
Not you, not you.
I wish it would have been for Doug.
Not you.
I love this Wednesday mornings with Dougie segment where Jackson explains to Pawpaw how the internet works. That's from Arbor Day, who is the back-to-back texter of the year here.
Yes, I need help. I need help. I have so many.
Johnny Cakes is on the line, Jackson. We're going to get to have a wonderful debate.
That's never happened once. He's always like, I'm on, but he won't answer my call. He's never called in once. I could be like off a little bit, but I like, please explain. Like, I hate.
No, nothing. Cool down now.
Nothing is like frustrates me more when someone's like, "Nope, you're wrong," but then don't expound at all. There's like, you're an idiot and you're wrong.
Yeah.
Like I did all this work to show my work, and you do nothing in response.
Why, you'd like a piece of this guy?
Guys, hacking is what Jordan Walker does when he sees an off-CP pitch.
That's fair.
The 217.
That's fair.
See, I got to tell you, Doug, walking into that clubhouse last night,
Show.
I looked at the cat and I go, I got nothing. And he said, why don't you go first with Palante?
This is before or after the game?
This is after the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because there really isn't. Even Ollie got asked about what do you do with Palante, and he gives this long answer. And then there was another question about Palante, and he's like, didn't we just answer that?
Yeah. Every guy in the lineup struck out at least once. 4 of them struck out 2 times. 13 strikeouts, 3 hits against the Pirates. They were not facing Tom Seaver. They were facing Mitch Keller and a couple of relievers. And that's all they had.
How in any way is coding hacking, bozo? Dress nicer. That's from Harrison's brother Master, and now he's piling on Johnny Cakes. Chairman Kurt says Jeremy is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Is Jeremy Johnny Cakes' real name? I don't know. We'll find out. Jeremy, you're on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
Jeremy.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, barely.
That may be Jackson was fake potting him up.
I got the radio turned off, but I'm going to do this real quick. Get it done. Doug Vaughn is a stud, man. He's from the old school. He tells it like it is. Yeah. I love it. He's not afraid to like say the same thing like me. Like, what the F is this music that we listen to today? I can't even understand the melody.
Right.
I love his old school like mentality. He's a sharp dude. Best guy in the program. Maybe Kilcoyne second. Sorry, Tim. Maybe third, but you're a young man. You're gonna get over it.
You got time, Tim.
Got time. But Doug deserves his props for standing his ground.
Yeah, let's hear it for Doug.
Thank you. It's about time. About time my agent called in.
Jeremy, this is weird, but how old are you?
He gone.
Oh, he's
wow.
gone.
Hit and run.
That was it.
I
was
felt
waiting
like
for a butt.
I felt like he was younger, which I thought was interesting because he appreciated. Because some people will text and Doug, you're an old man, take a hike, and I felt like he might have been a little younger.
I would have put him at 28.
Yeah,
Martin,
I felt like
give or take.
Yeah, Jeremy, just call KG back and give him your age, even though that's creepy.
Well, I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah,
I thought something else was coming. I thought I was.
He thought he was going to try
somehow,
to solicit your undercarriage.
It's happened before.
There was a serious texter in here that said, I want to call in, but your listeners are ruthless. And somebody who said they didn't really listen to the show before it started here, and that they actually now enjoy the show, but are a little afraid to call in because the listeners are ruthless.
Jeremy just popped a few edibles, driving to the Merrimack. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Here they come. Drive right into the Merrimack.
Ryan in Breezy Point. What's up, Ryan?
Jeremy has a braided leather belt and a pocket knife holder. That's from Arbor Day. You could pick that up just from the phone call.
I guess maybe you could. A braided leather belt.
Good morning to you.
Chairman Kurt is active on those Collier and Thompson phone calls.
I apologize. Dave in Westchester. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, thanks.
Oh, he's about to die.
Was he eating or was he
choking on something?
Hey, some of those guys do like 5-6 hour shows in New York. You probably have to eat during the show.
Well, he fell asleep during the program.
He would wake up when his glasses would hit the microphone.
Hey, guys, this segment is really sad. Jackson is now openly lamenting his career decisions. He's 6 months away from parking cars or begging sponsors for jobs. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Damn.
That's what happens to him.
Damn. No, I wish I was better at computers.
Morning, my delightful dingleberries. I love you, even when the St. Louis sports scene is depressing. Keep it up, especially that sexy Jackie Papers. He drives this 45-year-old cougar wild. Cannot tolerate the shade you Chads in the TMA audience throw at JBB. Appreciate the gem of a lad you're lucky to have. That's from your mom's lesbian lover, who sounds like she might be into you, Papers.
Well, I think if her name is your mom's lesbian lover,
probably not.
Definitionally, she would not be into me. Mm-hmm. But spiritually, I think we could be,
Would 45 be too old for you?
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah.
It would be.
Really?
I just, you have to think about it somewhat pragmatically. When she's 65, now
I don't think she's probably thinking this is going to be a 20-year run.
Well, you think this is just like
just a fling?
Yeah, just a little.
Well,
just a summer fling?
Yeah, I'm always down for a summer fling.
Oh, are you really?
Bill.
Oh, wow.
Bill.
And you're 26 or 7? 7?
Yeah.
Huh. May-December romance.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm seeking that out, but, who am I to say no to anything that isn't right in front of me?
Are you more attracted to your mom's lesbian lover or the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom?
For a fling, probably the former. If I'm looking to get right, probably the latter.
Oh,
get right.
Although she seems to marry up, and I don't think that would be the situation with me.
You're talking about the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Yeah. It seems like kind of her.
But after the divorce settlement, I think she should be in pretty good shape. I know she's upside down in the monogramming business.
I think she's going to be in real good shape, but then if she wants to continue to ascend, she should probably go a different direction.
Could you be happy marrying a girl that's super rich and just not work the rest of your life? I mean, it seems like an obvious question, but wouldn't you be bored out of your mind at your age?
He'd ball strike every day.
I'd figure out something.
You'd start a business that's kind of a waste of time, but you pretend like you're busy.
Yes, just just something.
Jackson's consulting business.
Something so I don't play 36 holes of golf every day.
And then there's a little thing that says from the desk of Jack.
Yeah, I'm looking to start that tomorrow. So yeah, I'd be into that.
You're such a selfish little prude. First, it's 48 hours, and now 45-year-old women are too old. Let me tell you, older women are way better in ... That's from the Warson Woods Wacko Sam Horn reporter.
I just said that I would be... I'd be open to it.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm seeking it out, though.
Well, what's the cutoff age limit?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, probably like 35. I'm not, but that's not like a hard ceiling here,
35 for possible long term.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, just for the
what
summer
about just
fling.
to see what the word is?
How old's Charlize?
I think she's right around 50.
Then that's the answer.
50.
Okay.
Charlize Theron's age is.
But you shared
50.
a bed with Lisa Ann in Jamaica, and I think she's 54.
Yeah, that's true. And I was younger than I am now.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, time is linear.
But to those who don't know, sharing a bed, you stayed on your side of the bed.
Yeah,
and
aggressively.
slept face down.
There was a pillow divider between the two of
you built a fort.
I've said it before, but I'll say it again. If the bed was the United States of America continental, she would have had the Rocky Mountains in west, and I was Vermont, Maine exclusively.
Really, way up in the corner.
Way up in the corner. And on my face.
Cut that off.
My feet were like in Savannah.
Oh.
My feet were in Savannah.
Yeah, but my head, that was in...
was a Buffett lyric?
That was in Concord. What's up?
I thought you were quoting a Buffett lyric.
Jimmy?
My feet were... No, Warren. all of his great prose.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like 4 shows going on.
You're really backing yourself into a corner here. Just say, I'm willing to try the sampler. I might not stay for dinner. Thanks. That's from the 636.
Oh,
Yeah.
How about that?
But like I said, I don't want to rule anything out.
All right. Well, if you're interested in Jackie Papers,
swipe left.
For business.
You know what I mean?
Exactly right.
Left.
254 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You can always go back and podcast. And Doug, the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, online at SchaeferDoor.com.
They can sure help you with a garage door, the largest moving part in your home. When it goes bad, it can ruin your day. Can't get the car in, can't get the car out. Ah, yes, car. So you call Schaefer Door. They'll get right out there and get you taken care of. They have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, that's usually when they go bad. Small door, tiny door, huge door. If you got a business or warehouse with big, giant doors, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there. They've got guys, technicians that have been with them for many, many years, and they are not commission-based. If they come out and work on your garage door, they're not going to try to sell you a whole new door if you don't need it. That's just not how they work. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you actually talk with the person when you call with the problem. Do they have a phone number? Yes, they do. I'll give that now. Get out your pen. 636-782-3608. You didn't write it.
Yeah, you got
Here it is again. 636-782-3608. Probably easier to remember their website. That would be SchaeferDoor.com. One F. They don't have two F's to give, only one F. SchaeferDoor.com. Again, call or text at 636-782-3608. Jason Gostrow and his team will take great care of you as they have with us. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com as we head down the stretch in the month of August. Buck Swope and Riot's dad are tied with 4 wins apiece. Kevin Miller has 3. Midge has 2. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, listener to be named later, and Bill Riley all have 1. It's a Jim Dandy of a leaderboard. Who will win the month of August? 3 more to go. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Also, Keegan Bradley will be making the Ryder Cup picks at 10 o'clock. Will he put himself on the team to become the first playing captain since 1963? And Arnold Palmer, Doug. We will have that information here in about an hour and 5 minutes. The program is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour.
Free Next Home Mortgage. Keep our friends at Together Credit Union in mind. Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. You can get in on the action when you're buying your first home or if you're downsizing, getting a second mortgage. All of it one spot. It's Together Credit Union. Fixed rate, adjustable rate. They have conventional jumbo loans, all of it, and specialty loans. We like to tell you about the Community Contributor Mortgage. That's for teachers, firefighters, healthcare, emergency medical professionals, and more. You get some really cool benefits, lower down payments, lower interest rates, no private mortgage insurance requirements. Find out more about the Community Contributor Mortgage by going to togethercu.org. Together Credit Union knows it gets a little complicated. The best thing to know, everything's handled here, and it's all done in-house. Their experienced team will do the underwriting, servicing, everything, all of it, locally. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Get the terms, the rates, all that information online at togethercu.org. Together Credit Union is an equal housing lender and federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals lose last night to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Rubber match today as they take on the Pirates. 6:45 p.m. First pitch with Sonny Gray on the mound for the Redbirds. This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Smack those chops, Doug.
Once we get to the playoffs this year, Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear? Mizzou Nation gonna be running wild like that cigar drink Tiger style. Suck it pundits if you think we done. We gonna be your number one. Like it or not, Mizzou in the playoffs. No questions asked, no trade-offs. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those Tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw. Go ahead and keep putting us down, but just look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit. Gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy, hit it. Oh, yeah, boy.
Hard not to be fired up when you hear this, Doug.
Don't you think there's radio stations in Columbia that would love to be playing this on a regular rotation?
Makes you want to rush the
Get the
field.
fan base revved up. Oh, come on. How long do these songs last? Are they the full, 3 minute long, 2.5, 3
This
minutes?
one's about 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
So perfect.
It's euphoric.
For radio play.
The program's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. A report in 24/7 Sports that Missouri's permanent opponent is going to include Texas A&M, Jackson. You see that?
No.
That is not confirmed at this moment. It would be Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas A&M.
I'm not against that.
You're not against the Aggies?
No.
But then it's going to what the Colonel said you didn't want it to be, just like old,
Yeah.
Big 12 and then Arkansas.
Yeah, but
It's been a few years now. The Big 12 is kind of a distant memory for a lot of people.
I think A&M could turn into a pretty fun rivalry. They're pretty easy to make fun of.
Well, they're not excited about the idea of Missouri as their permanent rival in the natural state, Doug. That's just below us in Arkansas. Jackson, what do we have right here?
This is John Neighbors.
Doug, you know John Neighbors.
I know Jim Neighbors.
Gomer Pyle.
Yeah, Jim. Citizens arrest. Citizens arrest.
He does a podcast called Locked on Arkansas. He's been critical of Missouri before. Drawing the ire of Mizzou Twitter, which, just like every other college football Twitter sphere, is toxic as hell. So it didn't play well. But he once again takes a dig at the Tigers when talking about Arkansas's permanent opponents in the SEC.
Okay. Let's get it out of the way. You're playing Missouri. It's going to happen. There's no way around it. Missouri is going to be one of your permanent opponents. I don't like it either. You don't like it. But we just got to start accepting it. It's the way it is. The SEC is not going to look at you and say, well, let's take Arkansas's teams into consideration of who they'd rather play. They're not going to do that. Missouri wants to play you, and you're just stuck. As I've always said, it's kind of like having when you were in school, having all the kids pair up, and then there's an odd number in the class, and you get stuck with the kid you don't want to be around that smells. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Doug.
Gosh.
So you're getting Missouri. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way.
Who was that horse's ass?
Arkansas is the smelly kid. I mean, Mizzou is smack. I talk a lot of smack. I talk a lot of crap. Missouri legit, has dog walked Arkansas the last... in the 21st century, they lost 3 times and won 10 or 11 times.
And the SEC kind of forced us into being our rival, right?
Right.
Playing them every year at the end of the schedule.
Since 2016, Missouri has lost all of 1 time to Arkansas. Legit son.
Maybe that's why they don't want to play Missouri.
Arkansas is Missouri's son. Legit. In football, they are the son. Yeah, that is little brother.
The delivery, the voice, everything reminded me of the Keatsman-Mahomes audio, didn't it? It had a very similar, Like, listen,
and
folks.
he wanted Pat Mahomes to lose some weight.
Yes, because he was embarrassed. If you could, Jackaroo, when you get a chance, and I know you're worked up over that take already, I'd like to hear them back to back. But I think it's fair to say the Arkansas football crowd probably can't talk too much smack about anybody.
No. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button.
Oh.
He's an embarrassment.
Who?
Okay. Well, that was
Let's take Arkansas's teams into consideration of who they'd rather play. They're not going to do that. Missouri wants to play you, and you're just stuck. As I've always said, it's kind of like having when you were in school, having all the kids pair up, and then there's an odd number in the class, and you get stuck with the kid you don't want to be around that smells. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Okay. When Missouri sees Arkansas on the schedule, they say, come and get your whooping.
Absolutely.
Come and get your whooping.
Damn near a bye week.
I am one of the biggest Mizzou haters you will ever meet, and I can sit here and say Arkansas is the gum on the bottom of the SEC shoe. That's from Steven time.
Truly.
It probably is. Competitively, it would be Vanderbilt, but they're such a classy school with a national reputation for academic excellence that
You
it's
just
hard
want to pat them on the back,
Yeah.
don't you?
You're doing all right.
Really high-quality baseball program.
Yeah. And basketball's not bad.
Yeah.
Just let me know when Missouri gets a ring, Jackson. That's from Dem Hogs.
Okay, Arkansas hasn't won since I've been alive, so.
Since the 60s, right?
And that was
Since
Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones.
And then in basketball
Houston
in
Nutt
94.
had them going for a minute, but then they got dusted off in the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
That was Darren McFadden running the ball.
Run DMC.
Yeah.
Would be better
That
if
was Peyton Hillis in there?
I think so. If Missouri's other team, rather than
Cedric
Texas
Cobbs.
A&M, I don't remember who else.
And then Houston Nutt took the Nebraska
I'm
job.
not talking about Arkansas.
And he flew back and changed his mind.
Okay.
He got there and changed his mind. What's Jerry Jones saying about them Razorbacks? Well, I'd love to play Missouri because that would reunite me with my old friends in St. Louis.
That's a pretty good impression.
He looked like he was
Sure.
a pretty big, stout, muscular guy back in his college
Jarrah?
days. Yeah.
Really?
Especially standing next to Jimmy Johnson, the
Yeah.
5'2"
Their defensive
left
tackle.
guard.
It is unfair to look at a guy in his 70s and say, boy, how could you have ever been an athlete?
No.
Arkansas will beat Missouri this year in a meaningless battle of teams jockeying for crappy bowl placement. A 6-5 versus 6-5 classic movie, bitch. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
It's self-own. Yeah, Arkansas will stink, as they always do, and Missouri will beat them, as they always do.
I'm sure it's hard for Arkansas to contend with all these other schools in the SEC for the recruits that they want.
With Texas right there.
You got a long list of much bigger name schools that have had a lot more success than you have, and you're going after the same players in a lot of cases.
They got a lot of money down there, a lot of money behind Arkansas.
Yeah.
And Coach Cal went there.
Yeah.
Doug Casey Dick was at quarterback with Peyton Hillis, Darren McFadden,
don't care.
and Felix Jones all in the backfield at the same time.
I wish I cared more.
Tony Temple went off, though, and Missouri wore gold pants.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to get a uniform announcement today at the same time that Keegan Bradley announces whether or not he's going to be the first playing captain since 1963? Because usually Missouri would do those uniform announcements at 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see that.
I don't think we're going to get one.
What if they brought out the gold pants tomorrow, Doug?
I'd like gold.
I could say with almost certainty that it will not be gold pants.
Why not?
They haven't worn gold pants with a black jersey in years.
You prefer yellow. You prefer them to look like LSU.
They won't wear yellow pants either.
What if Bo Perbula and Sam Horn have different uniforms just to kind of mix it up further? We just want to see how the guys look wearing different colors.
I did see something of like back in the day, like Iowa State with if you were an All-American or something, you got like a red helmet and everyone else wore a yellow helmet, and I don't understand how that would be like allowed.
Like
have a
one
player
guy on the team wearing a different color
like
helmet?
a tight end had a different color helmet than the rest of the team.
That can't be legal.
What if the quarterback was a little slow and he needed the position players to have different color coded? Wide receivers have green helmets. Tight end has a red helmet.
It's like a video game.
Doug, don't forget about Felix Jones. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page moderator.
I was even at that game, that Cotton Bowl.
It was at the old Cotton Bowl. And it was like their fairgrounds.
That's
and
where
was
Texas State Fair is, right?
And Pat Summerall did the game.
I got lost on the highway there in Dallas and drove all the way around the Dallas Metroplex. It took me probably an hour and a half to go 20 minutes.
Trouble just finds Doug.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a great sense of direction. I'm wrong way Foonman when it comes to directions. If given a 50-50 chance, I will always go the wrong way.
Yeah, I will say when we were down in Jupiter this year, we were going to Rocco's Tacos.
Nice.
And to meet all you gentlemen. And we were not supposed to get on the highway, and Doug was in the highway lane, and I saw it in slow motion. I was like, we're going to get on this highway, aren't we? Even though it's telling us not to. And that's exactly what we did.
Wrong way, Foonman.
It happened all in slow motion.
Watching the two of you navigate, I was in the back. There was a little bit of this Mr. Magoo and his little buddy. Darren McFadden, Tim. The only NFL jersey I own is a Darren McFadden jersey.
Wow, how
Raiders McFadden, number 20.
Yeah.
It was a Lawrence Maroney charity auction, and I was the auctioneer and host or whatever. And nobody was bidding on this Darren McFadden jersey. I said, fine, I'll just buy it.
Yeah.
And every once in a while at work, they're like, "Oh, we're doing a thing. Everybody wear an NFL jersey or wear."
You're all stuck with this Darren
People always
McFadden.
like, "Why are you wearing a Darren?"
What'd you wind up paying for it?
I think like $150.
Oh,
like,
gosh.
nobody,
That's probably retail.
Well, nobody bid on it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, okay.
That would be embarrassing. If your jersey goes up for auction and no one bids
Well, he
anything.
wasn't there, so that helps.
Yeah.
But he has like no real ties to St. Louis,
No,
does he?
that made it more peculiar.
Yeah.
Just this morning, Brett McMurphy reporting now that the Maryland athletic director has done an interview, and he says that the Big Ten will be expanding to 20 teams by 2030.
Stop
and
it.
Notre Dame will not be one of those teams in the expansion. Big Ten going up to 20.
Who are they going to take?
What are they at now? 16? Or at 18?
18.
So who else are they going to want? Stop it. Stop this. Louisville, would that be a possibility?
Yeah, I can see it.
Does he list any teams, Tim, as potential?
It is. I am not a subscriber to Brett McMurphy's.
You have Substack?
I think he's on 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he says Notre Dame will not be one of the teams.
You think they try to steal Kansas?
Well, that one might make sense, actually.
Yeah.
Iowa State, because you got Iowa in there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
So who's the Big 12 is just going to have to pick more fringe schools?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're Iowa State, wouldn't you leap to the Big Ten?
Yeah, I would think so.
For sure.
I would think so.
Guys, by 2040, every college will be in the Big Ten. That's from Merp, the Barbarian.
Or the SEC.
Yeah, I think those two will survive.
What about UNC and Duke for basketball? That's Chunk and the Chuck.
I don't know. If you lose Duke and UNC in the ACC, you might as well just fold up shop.
Yeah. They'd be better in the SEC.
What about Missouri? That's from Nathan from DeVille.
No, I got to play Arkansas.
Would you consider that if you're Missouri? Consider a move to the Big Ten?
No.
I'm quite happy in the SEC. Now, 15 years ago, when the topic was Nebraska moving to the Big Ten, I wanted Missouri to move to the Big Ten, not thinking the SEC was even in play. I just wanted out of the Big 12. And now that it's wound up where it is, I'm quite happy. Personally, this is me.
Yeah.
I think most Missouri fans would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think perhaps some would have loved to have seen the Big Ten and maybe still think that way.
Yeah, and nowadays I think people are much more into Missouri football than Missouri basketball.
Not the way it was when I was a young tyke.
No,
that's
it's
for
different.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by calling in 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt, you've been active over there. 314-974-0101. You can call and talk it over with Chairman Kurt. Text in 314-399-9646. Watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Lex Luthor's talking to Bill Reloaded and the master of the custodial arts and Chaim Bloom's gag order. They're all in there and they're talking, Doug. And we welcome you to participate and join in the fun and games. youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tell you what, I hope you have done some business with Aesthetic Design and Build over the last few months, because if you have, you are getting ready to experience the greatest return on investment possible with this forecast and the incredible weather that we have in the St. Louis metropolitan area. It is going to be perfect, and that is where Aesthetic Design and Build can help you out, because they have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have their showroom in Chesterfield Valley and their website at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They really are a design company. They can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. And if you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. You can call 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. I guess this is the sickest Ween Wednesday we've ever done.
It's right up there for sure.
Thank you.
How did you discover Ween, Tim?
Great question. I got an answer. I was watching Beavis and Butthead, and the boys were enamored by the video for Push the Little Daisies and Make Them Come Up.
Mm-hmm.
And about 20 years later, I thought we'd incorporate it into this program. Seemed like it made sense. And to this day, it still does.
Yeah. I was at a bar with some friends on Friday, and the song Ocean Man came on, and my buddy was like, man, I love this song. I was singing along. And I was like, that's Dean and Gene Ween.
Oh, is it?
And he was shocked because he thought they were like a joke band. I was like, no, man. They got heat.
Damn right they got heat,
They've
Pecos.
had some hits.
Ocean Man is a pretty. That's like a known song, and as is Push the Little Daisies and Boys Club.
Yeah, and you've heard them all here on 101 ESPN today,
many times.
as you would expect. 10 o'clock, Keegan Bradley will make the announcement of the 6 captains' picks for the Ryder Cup. 1 to 10, 1 being lowest, 10 being highest. Your level of excitement for what will be taking place a month from today at Bethpage in New York. The Ryder Cup is the United States attempts to avenge what took place in Rome 2 years ago. Doug, 1 to 10, where are you?
Where am I with interest in the event, or who's going to win?
Enthusiasm, baby, enthusiasm.
Oh, I don't pay a lot of attention to that. So
you hate the United States. That's interesting.
I don't hate anything because of it.
Euro Doug.
Libby Jack. Euro Doug.
I'm about a 4. I'll watch if it's convenient, if it's on, but I don't go out of my way.
And
to
why?
watch
Because Missouri's playing UMass that day?
I just have more interest in other sports. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
So if the United States were to
traitor
play
to the
Europe in
country.
college football, you would cheer for Europe?
That's pretty much what I'm saying.
So you watched Kansas State, Iowa State, and you somehow thought the Irish team would come out there and win?
I was
That's what
hoping.
you wanted?
Yeah.
Put me to the
I've
test.
turned my back on my country.
I think Euro Doug's going to stick.
Euro Doug.
Martin, yours, 1 to 10.
Oh, 6.5.
8 approaching 9. Outside of the Masters.
And that's because the Soviet Union doesn't have a team.
Yeah, unfortunately. Eastern Europe in general just seems left out. Outside of the Masters, I think the Ryder Cup is my second favorite golf event.
Okay.
Truly. I love the strategy behind it. I love the venues they play at. I love that guys get fired up, and it means more than just individual. It's so rare, and you get team golf like this. I think the Ryder Cup is as good as it gets.
You like the fashion involved?
Yeah, I like all of it. I like the strategy that the captains have to use about who to play against who. There's been some all-time great matches just in the last 10 years.
You sound like a real communist.
Thank you for saying it.
You would say that, Euro Doug.
Euro Doug.
I mean, I am traveling to Las Vegas that weekend. First off, September 27th, outside of Missouri and UMass, in that rematch for the Foliage Bowl is ridiculous when you look at the college football schedule. But I want to be able to watch the Ryder Cup. Wife will probably be down at the pool. That's fine. That's fine, woman. I'm going to be in the room.
Will you shoo her away?
I'm just going to...
Go on
We're
now.
not talking...
Go.
Not now. Not
Okay.
now.
All right.
Tommy Fleet's over a 7-footer.
Go washy closey.
Strickland says when the NHL playoffs are on, he tells his wife, it's daddy's time of year, because all he cares about is the NHL playoffs.
Well, he's got 2.5 months.
Yeah.
I'm at that level. I mean, you combine the college football on that Saturday, and you combine the Ryder Cup that weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I cannot wait. And then I'll just be taking my little elevator ride down to the sports book, Doug, because they're not dealing with the guy with the video poker interests there. And I'll place my wagers. I will probably have In-N-Out delivered. I'll have to meet him in the lobby. That's always a little uncomfortable.
For sure.
Yeah.
And they're holding up bags of cheeseburgers,
Right.
and you say, I'll take that.
That's for me.
And then you go back up to your room.
Right.
Blinds drawn.
That's exactly right.
Maybe even
Howard Hughes.
a sheet over the piss bottles everywhere.
McCracken? Cheeseburger for McCracken? Yeah, it's fine.
Cheeseburger from McCracken.
Sounds like a movie title.
It's not right.
And Dan Jansen will be with you on the trip, or no? Does he he just drops you off at the airport?
He just drops me off. Doug, that's Bama weekend. Al in Dadeville. That's right. You got Bama and Georgia.
Okay.
I think USC travels to Champaign that weekend. How do you do?
We can have it all. Is that?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that South Carolina weekend for Missouri?
No, I wouldn't be in Las Vegas if that were the case.
Is that it might be Vandy.
It's UMass. I've already been talking about the Foliage Bowl. Where you been? Do another key bump of Adderall over there.
I've been thinking about getting cheeseburgers delivered right to the studio.
Yeah, right.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Cheeseburgers from McKernan.
Yeah, I'm going to have them pick up Shake Shack fries.
Oh, that's a good play.
And In-N-Out burgers.
So
And I'll be sending a
they'll
message.
be there in 3 hours.
And that'll be, delivered in Vegas, Shake Shack alone. That'll be $48.
Oh, over all day.
On the cheeseburger and fries.
All day. Guys, I'm at 10-10 in excitement. Captain Keegan should definitely play. He's proven he's a top 10 player. The U.S. will own Europe at home, get the fireworks and Declaration of Independence going. Britain can go sit back down. That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer.
I've been taking a flight lately. I haven't been yelled at.
You ever just go out there to be yelled at?
I might if I'm feeling bad about myself.
Need a little shot in the arm.
Just linger around the passenger pickup area.
Just waiting to be. It won't take long.
It's been, looks like 20 years since the U.S. last lost a Ryder Cup in U.S. soil in Michigan, 04.
I don't think that's the case. I thought there was a Medina debacle.
Did they lose to Medina?
I don't know.
Hale Irwin had that putt, Doug. That was his Father's Day 1990, and he ran around the green high-fiving the gallery. Yes.
That was his U.S. Open win, right?
Well, he had 3 of them, but that was his final one at an older age, and why he beat Mike Douglas in a Monday 18-hole
The talk show host?
That's correct.
Yeah, 2012 Europe won. Rats.
You going to apologize?
Okay. Take some time.
I guess to maybe Doug, because his team won.
Euro.
The guy plays Michael Jordan for money. The Ryder Cup's nothing compared to that. Put yourself on a team, damn it. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who wants Captain Keegan to be a playing captain, the first one since Arnold Palmer. Doug, we're 31 minutes away from finding out right here. Tim, watch it at Circa. Wife gets to hit the pool, and you can watch from the pool. That's from Boozy. I appreciate that. It's a wonderful suggestion. But I need to have a poker room on property for me personally, just to the option to go down there a little bit, just to, sprinkle a little bit. And then I need to be able to draw the blinds and sit in darkness while watching all of these events.
Yeah, a pool setting is actually the exact opposite of what you're looking for.
Because that's what we call human interaction.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not looking for that.
Exposure to sunlight.
That's exactly right.
We're trying to cut
I
that
am
out.
a Mick. I cannot be in the sun.
Even if you're like in the 13th, 14th floor of a hotel, you still draw the blind so it's dark?
Pitch black, preferably.
Says the Ryder Cup's his favorite event. Doesn't even know about Medina. Take a lap, Jackie. That's from Crystal City Clamhammer.
It's tough because you got to go back, and then COVID messed everything up. Where it was supposed to be in 2020, and now it's no longer even numbers. It used to be even numbers. I got confused. But yeah, I do remember.
I would just step
Medina.
away for a while.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Why don't you come with me? We're going to interview Gary Player today.
Oh, really?
The Black Knight.
Yeah,
cool.
he's out at Norwood today.
That'd
Part
be really
of the
cool.
Stiefel Charity Classic launch. They always have a Legends sort of luncheon, and Gary Player, who won the U.S. Open at Bellerive in 1965. It's going to be there. I love Gary Player.
You think he's going to scold you for your fitness?
Yes.
Oh, boy, I didn't think about that.
Oh, he will.
You're going to have to do some push-ups or something while we're there.
If you get him going, it's just one little spark. He's going to go on the diet. He's going to go on the workout, and all hell breaks loose.
Good thing the lunch is after the interview.
Yeah.
Have a little mustard on the side.
He's just going to go table to table, just browbeating people about what they're eating.
Mr. Player, could you leave while we all enjoy a media lunch? You're not going to want to witness this. He opened a course in Lake Geneva, and I interviewed him. I was working in Madison, and I was one-man banding, Doug, which is what they used to make you do, and now they do again.
Sure.
It's come full circle. And I was the only media member from Milwaukee or Madison that showed up, TV-wise. So he said, here, give me that microphone. He put on the mic. We walked a couple of holes. And then there was a crowd of people, and he would do a little putting contest blindfolded, and he's still just drilling putts.
Oh,
Really?
It could not have been more pleasant.
Oh, he's a great guy.
So I thought I'd warm him up with that, Tim, before he notices I'm a little doughy. I thought I'd
That's a
start
smart
with
move.
that.
That's a veteran play.
He designed Tapawingo, too, didn't he?
Tapawingo?
Sounds right.
Yeah, that's correct.
He did?
His design company did.
Because he was here for one of those
Boy, so we
meet
have
and greets when they opened that up.
we have a Palmer course, we have a Nicholas course, we have a Gary Player course.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
3 legends.
I think John Daly might have done Berry Hill, maybe.
Junior, it's just a nice little 9-hill course up north. You got to deal with the air traffic.
Yeah. I don't mind it.
And he would go out there and play in his sandal golf shoes.
That's correct, with spikes on the bottom.
It used to be hot.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on the program. The program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, the phone number is 314-222.
2222, all two, nothing but deuces.
How about that? It's Brown and Crouppen talking it over yesterday with Ed Herman and his son Brody in studio, and we can always talk it over with the representatives from Brown and Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman, because they are local. They are in St. Louis. They don't fly in for their segments on TMA. They're here, and that matters. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? They know how to pronounce DePere. They know how to pronounce Creve Coeur. They know how to pronounce Spady. They know St. Louis. It's Brown and Crouppen, founded in St. Louis in 1979, and 46 years later, they are still here and operating in St. Louis, involved in the community. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you're watching on the TMA STL YouTube channel, Doug, you'll notice a friend has dropped by.
Yeah, I saw him standing over there.
Yeah, that's Dustin Rowe from Songs
Dustin.
for Soldiers. Dustin, good morning.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Great to have you in. We had you in last year when we were on HD2, kind of the big time. I hope that doesn't come off as a humble brag. But Doug, now here we are on HD1, and Dustin.
Remember last year we kind of got a little deep.
Yeah, that's what
you guys were all having fun in here, and I came in and started telling deep stories.
Yeah, there were some good stories because Martin
was crying a little bit.
Martin wanted to ask the backstory on Songs for Soldiers, but you wanted to hashtag save it for the air. So Dustin, Martin, go ahead. Save it for the air. Here you go.
Here we are on the air. I don't want to waste it during the commercial break. So what is the backstory here, Songs for Soldiers?
Yeah, the backstory, I got this memorized at this point 12 years later, but I'm a veteran myself, joined a few months before 9/11. I spent years-long tour in Iraq, 2004 to 2005. Came back from Columbia, Illinois. Great town, great support system, great family. Most veterans do not have that. So fast forward a few years, I had some growing up to do, obviously, in my early 20s. But in 2013, I'm a musician on the weekends, play cover bands, local places around here. And so wanted to do, we always kind of did a small thing in our town of Columbia, a pub called Tiny's. And then it really grew. So in 2013, I was like, well, we should take this yearly concert we're doing and try to help some combat veterans out. So at that time, there were some combat veteran charities that were getting dragged through the mud pretty hard for some choices they were making. So I decided to just make this clean and figure out how to start my own. So I downloaded the 9,500-page application process from the state of Illinois. I read 3 words, couldn't understand them. Took them to my friend who's an attorney, and she had it filled out for me in no time, and I drove up to Springfield, Illinois, and got my 501c3 status. But the original goal of Songs for Soldiers was simply to do a one-day concert, local St. Louis cover bands, and then hence the name, Help for Veterans. So that was in 2013. It has snowballed, and year by year we grew. Somewhere around 3 or 4 years into it, we went to a 2-day music festival format with national acts. And obviously, we do not help 4 veterans a year anymore. We have now, 12 years later, spent $1.5 million on over. We just crossed our 1,000 combat veteran families and their families mark, I think, last week.
Nice.
So
nice. And
we're 100%. My favorite thing to always say, we're 100% volunteer-ran organization, including myself. So we if Doug gives $25, then all $25 goes to the cause. So not many charities can say that, and we definitely like hanging our hat on that fact.
All right, so it's coming up, date, time, place, all of the above.
Not this weekend, next weekend, getting out ahead of it a little bit, but Columbia, Illinois, about 30 minutes from you guys here, 15 minutes from downtown St. Louis. September 5th, we have a country artist, Craig Morgan, is coming. And then Saturday, September 6th, the Wallflowers are headlining. But before that, lots of local acts. My band's playing on Saturday. Jimmy Griffin's playing. The Yacht Rockers are coming. Kent Earhart and his blues band's playing.
Doug, count on Kent.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, they are good.
Really good.
Really good.
Jimmy Griffin, of course, part of the El Montero group.
Yeah, but he's bringing his original band, the Incurables. So it's fun, and it's a big concert production. We do it right, thanks to our sponsors. But it's affordable. It's $30 to get in. Your kids under 12 can get in free. Veterans get in free. And I think we're the last live entertainment thing in the world that you can still get a cocktail or a beer for $6.
I'll be turned.
How about that?
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So
how
lots of good
can
food.
people get tickets? Go
through your website. They can go through our website,
STL.com,
Yep.
TMASTL.com.
Yep, there. So online, you can buy at the gate as well. Also, free parking. I think our ticket fees are like $2, and bring your lawn chair. It's chill.
Yeah,
so
that sounds like a good time.
Super family friendly event for sure.
Man.
Yeah.
Songs for Soldiers, not this weekend, Doug. Next weekend.
Yeah. Yep. So, and then 100% of the proceeds, obviously, is what we do all year long with with combat veterans that apply to us for help.
When you establish this, do you find our families and people reaching out to you to want to benefit from this? It's got to be maybe overwhelming too when the word gets out of what you're doing.
This time of year when we're running all this promotion for the concert is when we definitely have our most applications come through to us. I was just over there with the Riz guys, and literally we had people applying as they heard about it for their brother or their husband, somebody that's struggling. So, yeah, you can apply through our website. But most of our referrals, believe it or not, come through the VA. The VA knows us well as an outside resource, and we have caseworkers that we've worked with all across the country at this point. So
there must be a lot of veterans who never really get over the trauma of being in combat. Is that the main issue?
I think this day and age, veterans kind of face what a lot of blue-collar people are facing, paycheck-to-paycheck stuff, So if your air conditioner goes out, nobody has an extra $5,800 or $6,800, whatever it costs to do that now. And that's where we can step in. But we run into I think, a lot of blue-collar problems, too. Not definitely trauma and stuff, for sure. But lots of mortgage payments, maybe back Ameren bills that are, power shut off. Man, you name it, we've come across it. So after 1,000 people, you've seen. I've had some weird requests too, but make that happen if they wanted to. Yeah.
Well, when you sign up for the Army, you usually do that instead of going to college.
Yeah.
So then when you get out of the Army, you may not have a 4-year degree to fall back on and get that fancy accounting job somewhere.
Right. But the good news is, I'll say this, being out there in the workforce, I think you guys probably all know this, but I think being a veteran gets you to the front of the line of a lot of jobs, too.
Yeah, I bet
just by having that on your resume.
More than ever now, it seems that way, which is great. And here's a dumb question, but I am always fascinated.
Okay.
Do you watch war movies, and are any better than the other as far as depicting it?
Yeah.
Right? Have you seen, and some of you said, you know what, that one nailed it?
Well, I can only attest to Iraq, because that's where I was, but the movie with Chris Kyle and the American Sniper, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They that was depicted as far as how it looked and what they did to make that movie realistic is exactly.
Kind of like going door to door and kind of what they experienced on the ground.
Yeah, and just how it looked. They really made it look like Fallujah, and that was that was something to watch. That's the only war movie that ever kind of didn't mess with me, but I was kind of, wow. Sometimes you don't realize what you're in until you're out of it. So when you're there and you're in it, you don't really, it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah.
But then when you get home, you look back, you're like, oh my God. Or you watch the guys that are over there at this point going through it, you're like, that looks horrifying. I don't know. But yeah, that's the one I can attest to, because I don't know what Vietnam looked like.
Do you avoid like the Hurt Locker? Or do you try not to watch them?
No, those things don't. I'm very lucky. For whatever the reason being in my brain, I've been able to keep my wits through the stuff our unit and we went through, and I just lucky. I just say luck that I don't have that issue. I can talk about it and see it and find it actually helpful to talk about it.
Do guys in the unit stay in touch? Because you're randomly kind of thrown together from all parts of the country.
For sure. I would say there's about 4 or 5 in my inner circle that I still definitely talk to a lot. But, with Facebook and all those things, you can still see what everybody's going through, and our kids and do it in their post-war lives, But, yeah.
So it's got to make you proud to be able to do things to help people like that.
Yeah, I mean,
we wouldn't know anything about that.
No, right.
We're not just worthless. I think we have a negative impact on
I think so. Yeah. It's nice that you can pick us up close to even level.
Yeah, by your mere presence, Dustin.
I will say that somebody posted on the YouTube live stream for those guys. Hey, his name was Alex. This dude helped out with my electric bill 4 years ago. Thanks so much, man. Like that little, it feels good. It keeps the cup very, very full. You know what I mean? So, but Songs for Soldiers, because of this, it's led to plenty of personal blessings for me as far as, new careers and meeting people. And so.
That's pretty cool. The Wallflowers, Jacob Dylan, his band. That's great. Coming to Columbia, Illinois.
Yeah, who would have thought that?
Yeah. One more time, Dustin, for our audience, how they can take it in this, a week from this weekend?
Yep, next weekend. So, once again, $30 to get in, $50 weekend pass. There's a few VIP tickets left, I think, $125. And then your kids getting free under 12, veterans get in free. And again, thanks to our amazing sponsors, the show's in the green. So 100% of the proceeds,
awesome.
That we're going to take in that weekend, your $6 Budweiser will go right into the pot of helping people.
Amen. What a great thing. Dustin, always good to see you. Thank you so much for what you do. What a selfless gesture. Songs for Soldiers. Learn more at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com. It's Songs for Soldiers. Dustin Rowe, our guest. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and it's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Jets have waived rookie quarterback Brady Cook, that coming in yesterday from the Jets. He did not make their 53-man roster, nor did kicker and former Missouri Tiger Harrison Mevis. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Martin here's Push the Little Daisies and Make Him Come Up, which is what was played on Beavis and Butthead, which inspired me.
Okay. And I was thinking a good surprise guess, but do you do Gene or Dean?
Yeah, what do you think there, Doug?
You have to have them both. I think.
Wow. First, duo.
Mm-hmm. The song sounds like it was performed by Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, it gives everyone hope that you might have a musical career yourself.
Take a listen to this part, though, right here.
Sounds like Cartman singing.
It really does. The chorus is really special.
This is Doug's favorite part here, Martin.
It's like Dennis the Menace is doing the.
And some record company said, yeah, sure, let's sign these guys.
Dean and Gene?
Yeah.
I don't like what I think you're insinuating.
Well, it's not a great sound, really. And yet it's a hit.
Some of the worst named tracks I've ever seen on this album. Most of them I can't say on air.
Why not?
Because I'd have to explain them to my kids.
Filthy?
Touch My Tutor is one of them.
Okay.
Well, guess I'll have a sit down tonight with the boys.
Mm-hmm. Why aren't they in class? Let's start with that.
The other one's live streaming. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on your Stiefel dossier. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. Martin, you know about that Seth Goldcamp. And Cal Kennedy just sent a picture of the Design Air truck right in front of my parents' house. And they're putting in that new air conditioning. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool and
nice.
kind of creepy. Cal Kennedy just lurking outside the McKernan house.
I think there's a line for the museum.
Sniping photos. I learned something on this show today, which never happens. Seth Goldcamp not only runs designer, he also designs sweatshirts.
Yep. Little Jackie Papers.
TMA that Jackie is wearing right now. Design Air has been around for more than a century. You know that's a company you can count on for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. It's real simple. DesignerService.com is the website. Set up an appointment. When we get closer to winter, you just want to do a tune-up on the furnace. Anytime there's an issue, that's where you go. They'll be out there real quick, and they've got a great team. We keep hearing from our listeners about the experience they had with Design Air, somebody you can trust. And they're not going to try and sell you something you don't need. You're already stressed out if the AC doesn't work or the heat doesn't work. You don't need any added stress. They make sure their employees know that. It's also been rated really highly as a great place for the employees to work. So everyone wins when you go to designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air. Send your emails in. Buck Swope and Riot's dad are right there at the top of the leaderboard along with Kevin Miller. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Compete against the greats on TMA. Ryan Helsley last night, Doug, gave up a 2-run home run to Harrison Bader.
Oh, did he really?
As the Phillies tied the game with that home run, the Mets were able to win it. But Ryan Helsley has had a rough stay in New York City since the trade. As a matter of fact, over his last 7 outings, he has allowed at least 1 run in 5 of them and at least 2 runs in 4 of them. And since going to the New York Mets, he is carrying a 10.38 ERA. Hello again, everybody.
The last 7 days, his ERA is 19.29. Just kind of what you're looking for in the stretch drive.
It's
4 blown saves since August 10th.
4 blown saves. And what was the streak last year? Didn't he go like 3.5 months without a blown save? Already 4 with the Mets.
I saw the.
You liking people suffering?
Wow,
and
Schadenfreude boy over there.
No, but there's a good meme. It's Jonah Hill and Brad Pitt. He's explaining baseball players, and it says, Billy, this is Ryan Helsley. He can throw 102 miles per hour. The only catch is it comes in straight as an arrow and directly over the middle of the plate, and he sucks.
Oh, wow. Wow, enjoying the misery of others.
It's a good meme.
Friend of the show.
It's a good meme. I like Ryan Helsley. I think this is just lining up for him to come right back to St. Louis after the season. Yep.
You're probably not going to want to be offered back in New York.
It's all part of the secret plan.
Yeah.
See?
He'll
you think
be back.
The Cardinals would take him back?
Fetty will be back. They're all coming back.
Oh, gosh. Well, he was dynamite here for a couple of years.
Yeah, they're not a big fan right now in New York, but because the Mets were able to wind up winning that game, it's probably overshadowed relative to where it is. As far as the wild card standings, which, Doug, you say your dad likes? Is that what the deal is with the wild card standings?
Daddy likey.
That's it. That's the one that I was looking for. The Mets have themselves a little ground now on the Reds. They are 3.5 up on Cincinnati for the final wild card spot in the National League. Cardinals now 6.5 back of the Mets for the third wild card spot. A half game up on the Giants, a game up on the Diamondbacks, and a game and a half up on the Marlins. And it's something to keep an eye on there as the Cardinals and Marlins battle it out to stay ahead of the Pirates, Nationals, and Rockies.
You going to keep a close eye on that?
I'll be betting on college football and watching Keegan Bradley's press conference.
Yeah.
And whatever Ella Reese does on Instagram, honestly, just for the purpose of being honest with the audience.
I don't know who she plays for.
Honesty in media. Both teams, actually, which is one of the reasons why I'm a fan.
What's the win total the Cardinals need to get to? 78?
76.5. Mark, so I need 77, and I need the White Sox to get to 53. And then the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are liquid AF.
So 77, you need 12 more. I've got them at, 29 games to go. So 12 and 17 would get her done.
Yep. Cardinals fight for old St. Louis.
Ought to be able to do that. Although, you never know. They look pretty sickly here lately.
Sickly.
Martin's headed to onboarding. Rocchio's hostage negotiator, who called Jackson gruff earlier, says Jackson couldn't have lower energy in this update if he tried.
Well, he was discouraged about those former Tigers getting let go.
Brady Cook, Cody Schrader, Harrison Mevis.
Schrader got waived too?
Yeah, Doug and I were saying that.
Oh,
I
really?
said it to you off air.
I might have my headphones on.
Okay. They were
written all over him now.
They were guessing in New York that Brady Cook would. I read some Jets blog tonight because I was curious if he was making the team, and they said they won't carry 3 on the roster. He's a candidate to come back as a practice squad player if he's not picked up.
Is that? It seems a little uncommon to not have 3 quarterbacks.
Well, you can call them up from the practice squad. I think I read there's 16 players now on the practice squad and team, so that's a lot.
The risk is you could lose. They sit on the practice squad, you can lose them.
Right.
But if you don't, you're not that worried about losing the guy, you stick him on the practice.
3 quarterbacks and 5 catchers at this point is kind of industry standard.
At least 5. And preferably 4 of the 5 can't catch.
But if you were doing a Jets, a Jets Cardinals comp, then the Jets would keep Brady Cook as an extra quarterback when they say, could you play safety?
Sure.
Tribute to Eric Crouch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who didn't really like football.
Was he a Cleveland Browns?
Eric Crouch was a Ram who won the Heisman Trophy.
Who am I thinking of?
Sure could use some
Tim Couch.
Show prep. Hello.
Yeah, show prep is what's needed.
Hello, show prep.
Doug Keegan Bradley's news conference is just commencing. We will be all over it on this program. The program is called TMA. Martin is heading on out for onboarding. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN.
Sparklers, screamers, and streamers. Cherry bombs, smoke bombs with your moms. Kids playing with the poppers in the street. Burning them snakes all over the concrete. It's our 4th of July, so let's celebrate. Get your friends and family now, don't you be late. It's a celebration tonight.
Was he hurt when he recorded this?
It sounds like he had hamstrung there.
July is hot and so are your fireworks. Before you can shoot them, make sure your lighter works. Once when I was a kid, I took a rocket to the arm. Now I wear these goggles to shield my eyes from harm. Oh, there you go. This is Acoustic Sessions, and we're giving you a 4th of July song. From us to you, the fans. Thanks for listening. Enjoy your 4th of July. And of course, be safe.
Hard not to be fired up for the Labor Day weekend.
A gift from us to you, the fans.
Just happy it's over.
TMA 101, ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour when Martin goes to that onboarding that he deals with. He's now celebrating. Doug, I guess tomorrow's our 10-month anniversary here.
Is it really?
On 101 ESPN.
Okay.
And many stars will be dropping by the studio. I know, Jackson, you've been working on this.
Yeah, I've been working on this.
Really, it's like a celebration. We're bringing back people that.
It's kind of like an ice cream social, you know. Just people come in, hang out. We'll turn the mics on.
Okay.
From us to you, the fans.
Okay.
That's our gift.
All right. You like a good ice cream social?
Absolutely.
You know.
Oh, before school would start, it would be like a little ice cream social. You know, your new classmates, your teacher is the best.
He sounds incredibly constipated. It's from Little Beer Cats down there in Murray, Kentucky.
Yeah, he didn't sound well.
From us to you, the fans.
Hey, stupid / Ho Chi Papers.
Oh.
Okay. Hot start.
They all have 3 quarterbacks. The third quarterback dresses on game day but cannot play except in an emergency situation.
Thanks, Ian Rappaport.
Ho-Chi Papers. Did that hurt?
I already have that. That's already typed in as title of the segment.
Oh, get out of here.
I enjoy Jackson's updates. He always sounds like the kid who the teacher called on because he's sleeping in class. Doug, that's Arbor Day. Texting.
You ever take a nap in class?
I never did, no.
The captain's picks are being announced as we speak here on TMA by U.S. captain for the Ryder Cup, Keegan Bradley. 2 have been announced of the 6. 1, Justin Thomas. 2, this one already indicating a little controversy, Colin Morikawa.
Wow.
Jackson is surprised, Doug.
Well,
Jackson is surprised.
He certainly has the game to be there, but
isn't that what it's all about?
Is he in form, though? And that's the question.
Doug, take a look at Colin Morikawa's form.
Is he in form? You know, because I would say that his ceiling is way higher than a guy like Keegs, but Keegs is in form.
I want to know who designed this YouTube presentation that they have going.
You're not a fan?
No, it's visually very unappealing.
Do you know where they're picking from, Tim?
Where they're picking from?
Where is this going down? Is it at Best Page?
I cannot speak to that. Okay. I can tell you Justin Thomas and Morikawa have both been on Zoom.
Yeah, I figured that.
And Morikawa is being interviewed right now by, there's 60,000 people watching this thing. The question is, of course, will Keegan Bradley pick himself with one of those captain's picks? So that is taking place as we speak here. Hey, Little Beer Cats, Winslow Hall at Murray just posted that your student ID was left in the ladies' room diaper changing station. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Okay. Let's block him. Let's just go ahead and
do it now. The Veiled Prophet out?
That was weak. I like the Veiled Prophet's work.
Block him.
That was weak.
You weren't impressed with...
No, I wasn't impressed with Little Beer Cat's text before that, So
you're down on everybody right now.
Well, everyone seems to be down on me.
Well, the Ho Chi Minh Papers comment really got you.
Yeah, it did. You know? It's just inaccurate.
Well, Orson Woods Wacko has to feel good about that he's rattled your cage a little bit.
I bet. Well, he's got to project, considering his cage is beyond rattled. The door's been blown down by this Bo Prabula. First half Prabula, the Bomi State.
Jackson, you've got what do we have on this? The SEC matchups?
So the SEC will, of course, be going to a 9-game schedule where they'll have 3 permanent teams. Every team will have 3 permanent rivals they play each year. And the Athletic, Seth Emerson, Doug, who regaled us with a list earlier this week, I believe.
Sure.
They did a Gallup poll.
Yep.
Wouldn't have been a Gallup poll. On
which of each fan base of the 16 SEC teams they would most want to see in their 3-team rivals. And so so you could only vote once. You got to 3 votes, 1 vote or 1 chance, 3 votes for each fan base. Alabama, Doug, it's safe to say Auburn's a given. But then who are the other 2?
Tennessee,
yes.
Georgia.
Tennessee.
Georgia not on the list.
Well, pardon the hell out of me.
So I would. The issue becomes if you have War Eagle and Rocky Top, can you also include LSU? And so now I'm picking up a read from Jackson that LSU is not one of them. So now he's overacting to compensate for the fact that I picked off the read. I've sat around these tables for years, Doug.
Right. Like to play video poker against you?
I'll go Hail State.
Hail State got the 4th vote with 42%, but with 52% it was LSU.
Why?
And this is just
this is what the fans would. This is what he says.
Fans.
Got it.
What a shishawali poll.
Why? They asked the people, and then they put the list on.
I would love that too, personally.
Right.
Like, I don't want Missouri to get Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, and Arkansas.
Sure.
I want them to play great teams.
Do you want to guess what Missouri fans voted on?
This is Missouri fans or SEC fans?
Missouri fans.
Oh, God, probably Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, and Arkansas.
I'll say Missouri fans will say Oklahoma, Arkansas, and either Vandy or Kentucky, just because they can kind of go to those games.
Maybe South Carolina would be live.
Arkansas, Oklahoma were the far and away biggest vote getters at 93%, while South Carolina slips in at 3 at 38%, just above Kentucky, finishing 4th. A little surprising there.
How about that?
Yeah.
The Kentucky one.
And then
it's a road trip that you could easily make.
How long's the drive to Lexington? You ever make it? 5?
No.
5, 6?
I guess 5 or yeah. What's it to Cincinnati? Because it's pretty comparable.
Probably about the same.
Yeah.
And Vandy would be a decent road trip to go on, even though the
always a great road trip.
Lousy, yeah.
Because you get to go to Nashville.
And bachelorette parties.
Yeah, you don't even have to go to the game. Just an excuse to go to Nashville. Like anyone needs one.
Doug, we've got 2 more captains' picks announced. So first 2, Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa. Since then, Ben Griffin.
Nice.
Is in.
Nice.
And Cam Young, the New Yorker who also is in form, is in.
All right.
Okay.
Fired up.
Okay, how many did they pick?
6.
6.
Okay.
You want to spend some time with me in Las Vegas in the dark room with the curtains drawn and just eating In-N-Out burgers, Shake Shack fries.
For more than $45?
Way more.
Like how much more?
Well, after the delivery fee, you mind going down to the lobby and getting them? I don't want to leave the room.
Yeah, I don't mind getting in an elevator and punching the button and saying, "Where's my burgers, boy?"
Burgers from McKernan.
Burgers from McKernan. It's unbelievable.
Flowers for Algernon. Burgers for McKernan. Yeah.
Couldn't you just go outside, maybe walk down the strip a little bit and find a place and
miss some of the Ryder Cup or miss some of that
miss some
Georgia
of the Ryder
Alabama
Cup.
game?
You might miss one
What if I have to
hole.
talk to people?
Well, can you just put the GIMP mask on or something so they don't talk to you?
Flip that off.
Bag over your head, something?
I think in some parts in Vegas, that would make people talk to you if you were in the GIMP mask.
I recall walking to a poker tournament on the Strip. It was like 10 in the morning, which, again, the fact that I was playing in a poker tournament, like a little nickel and dime one, too, over at Caesar's Palace. And there was a gentleman being led on a leash. He was wearing a GIMP suit and, like, leather drawers. And it was just like 10 in the morning. And I'm like, Who's got it worse than me? This guy.
maybe he has it best.
How sick do you have to be to do that?
You kind of sound like you're kink shaming.
I am exactly
kind
kink
of.
shaming. Yes.
This is definitional.
You don't
kink
think
shaming.
that's worthy of shame?
It doesn't affect me in any capacity.
You have to look at it.
I get to
You have
look
to see
at it.
mental illness right in front of you on the streets.
I'm imagining Tim walking down to the lobby wearing this gimp mask, and then as the guy goes, "Are you McKernan for these burgers?" And he unzips the mouth part of the gimp mask to say, "Yes, that's me." Unzips and
Give me
grabs.
my burgers.
I think that's the creepiest part. Is there's a zipper on the mouth.
Now you just kink shame too, man.
Oh,
I don't even recognize these two
Worthy
anymore.
of kink
I
shaming.
just think of the gimp scene in Pulp Fiction.
I'm doing it to get my burgers and not have human interaction.
The gimp in Pulp Fiction he makes that noise, and he's like,
okay,
it's really uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable.
Could you get like one of those lampshades that they put on a dog's head after he's had surgery so he doesn't bite? Could you put that over your head just to signal to people, don't talk to me?
They just put the burger in the cone.
And then you catch any drippings as it comes down into the
Sure.
cone.
Yeah, cat's up.
Soppins and Fiaxins. Doug, two more captain's picks to go. Keegan Bradley, 100,000 people in this YouTube watching it. Patrick Cantlay is in. Known for his inspiring
pace
of play.
He looks inspired right now.
Speeches.
Where the hell is Scheffler and Shoffley?
That's different.
Well, Scheffler's in on points.
There's like automatic.
These are captain's,
6 more.
These are
Okay.
captain's picks. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Jeez.
So Cantlay, and then will the next name? Out
I
of
think
his
it's
mouth
going to be Sam
Kiggs?
Burns, and I think Keegan's not playing. Remember, I had that in Predictionary.
Yeah, that is true. That is in Predictionary. I also have the final score Missouri games in that one.
We will have the final numbers and names for you here coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Keegan Bradley is not picking himself. He is not going to play in the Ryder Cup. We will not have our first playing captain since 1963 in Arnold Palmer, and he said he made that decision a long time ago.
Okay. Why didn't he tell people a long time ago?
He is answering that question right now.
Okay.
And we will have to dial in at some point to find out his reasoning on that. Jackson, let's update Predictionary. As per usual, just put a W next to my name.
Yep. That's a W. And I'll be honest, Doug and Martin were also on no for Keegs. So it's a 3-man win.
Nice.
Unless you were just a no-brainer pick, it probably would come off as kind of arrogant and self-serving if you picked yourself. Even if you're a borderline guy. I can see why guys would think, I don't want to be that guy.
If Keegs wasn't the captain, he would have been picked.
He went with Sam Burns. He went with Cameron Young, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Justin Thomas, and Patrick Cantlay as his 6 captains' picks. He did not include himself. And Keegan Bradley will be captaining, not playing, a month from today in New York.
Okay. So he can sit there and call the shots.
That's right.
All right. Well,
Iggy called it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Oh, did he really?
He said he'll pick Burns instead of himself.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Tip of the cap to Iggy for shipping it. Shipping it. Tim, I would have picked you for the Ryder Cup. That's from Dale in Grubville.
Gosh, I was hoping I wouldn't hear that.
Here's one of the core issues. As far as the distance goes at Bethpage, I might have trouble carrying it to the fairway.
Well, can't your dad get out there and mow it down a little bit? So that, or allow you to move on up to the women's tees? And call it the McKernan tees?
Oh, my God. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I assume Jackson's dropped out of this. And
Long
he's just
time ago.
playing a Sports Center update.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help you out a little bit.
Did Scotty make the team? Doug?
Yes.
It's from Felix Seymour Doffman.
Yeah. How many guys make it that aren't picks?
6. 6 make it based on points.
Okay.
6 are captain selections.
So 12 guys on a team.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right.
Golf? Football? Why doesn't anybody talk about the doggies? That's from Car Wash Dave. Doug,
Lutz.
Lutz Fan and Steel went to Kersplatten the other day. And now City's got to find a new leader. I'm sure it'll be someone from Europe.
5 wins in the campaign.
That's not a lot. It's not a lot. Checking the table. Looks like they've lost 16.
Yeah, the last game, that was some high-level BS. The guy tripped over his own leg.
And got a penalty shot
because Thomas Muller needed his shining moment.
The penalty shot in general, the penalty line where you kick from is too close to
Back it up, you're saying?
Yes, back it up. It's almost an automatic goal.
Right. And it's not like a free throw. That's just 1 point.
It's so darn hard to score. And then you get, a foul, a penalty, sometimes borderline, whether it is or isn't, and you determine the whole game based on that?
Yeah, I'm with you. And deciding games that aren't like league games, like games that are you have to have a conclusion with penalties is also very silly.
Yeah, you ought to back it up, give the goalie a 50-50 chance.
Good call, Car Wash Dave. Let's talk about a 5-win dumpster fire. Oh. And they're not happy with Car Wash Dave.
Yeah, no, he's out.
The St. Louis Dogs are absolute ass. That's from Boozy.
And not playing great.
They still selling out the stadium?
I don't know on that. It is a fun experience even.
It is. I haven't been there all year, though.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's just not what it was the first season.
Will all these gentlemen be sleeping in the same cabin during the Ryder Cup? Thanks. That's from Mahomes' Long Body.
Oh, let's get right down to it.
They're not playing in a remote. They're on Long Island. Like, that's not necessarily a remote location where you would need a cabin-like
There's a
situation.
real shortage of rooms, though. That's what you would do with your posse.
Yeah.
You've been on several vacations with lots of men.
Correct. upwards of 12 to 13, and usually in one domicile.
Oh.
That one bachelor party in Scottsdale felt like 20 guys.
Ooh, bad boys.
And there was
bad
like
boys.
4
What you gonna
rooms.
do?
There was like people like sleeping
4
on.
rooms?
There was like people like sleeping on the coffee table that next morning. I didn't know what. And people were like multiplying.
Doug men's as far as the eye can see.
Boy, howdy.
What cities are going to be pilfered by the MLS to fund it next year? Thanks that the Morrison was wacko. Sounds like he's a little skeptical of the
Pilfered.
expansion progress.
I like the word pilfered. Probably Paducah.
You think Paducah's getting a franchise?
Yeah, that's right.
If they can come up with $500 million.
Yeah. Salem, Oregon.
Any of you dirtbags, Doug, mess with Jackson, you mess with me, and I will unleash a Cracker Barrel full of ass whooping on any comer. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. She's getting a little
Aggressive
attached to Jackson.
Yeah, she's a little banty rooster.
The Army is strong. It's small but strong.
Cracker Barrel went back to the original logo. Did you see that?
Did they? Mm-hmm. I saw on Twitter someone, I really like this. They put the entire movie RoboCop inside the Cracker Barrel logo and put it on Twitter. It's a hour and 42-minute video. It's all of RoboCop in the Cracker Barrel logo. I thought it was amazing.
Car Wash Dave is back, and he's mad at the audience members who do not want to talk about the doggies. This is why the Rams moved before. Nobody cared. It's from Car Wash Dave.
Yeah, that's why the Rams moved. Is because
nobody cared about NFL football?
Yeah, that's for sure why the Rams moved.
How can Car Wash Dave not get a letter in his file, Doug? That's from the 618. You want to give Car Wash Dave a letter?
Well, if he keeps sounding off, I will. I'm this close.
How often do you guys get your car washed?
I do it sometimes to entertain my 3-year-old.
That's fair. It is entertaining.
Yeah, when you're a young tyke.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Like? Do you like to ride in it, or do you like to watch the whip go by?
Ride in it, man.
All day?
All day. I want to, yeah. Because it is it's a little scary.
What do you think it would feel like if you left the windows down?
They did it in Curb.
Yeah, Cheryl Hines.
The water's cold, right? It's cold water.
Your car would be ruined, the inside would be ruined, and you would be soaking wet.
I know. Well, I figured you'd be soaking wet. I just wondered how painful it would be.
Time is 10:31. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think pain would really be. I don't think it'd be too painful. I just think.
Well, if those big brushes catch you in the face, it would.
You should just walk through one sometime just to see how it feels.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'm sure people have done that.
Mm-hmm. How often do you get yours washed, Doug?
Oh, once a month, maybe.
Yeah.
Last time I did it, knocked a little piece of the side panel off the car. Yeah. It was just hanging there. I was able to glue it back together.
I park in a place where it might as well be a bird's toilet. So I'm about once every 2 weeks.
If somebody wants the text inbox name Bird's Toilet starting on Tuesday next week, you will be able to get it. It'll be the first week of September, and that's when Jackson gives people the names they request in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-3999-646. That is how you can text in to the program. You also, of course, can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And coming up here in about 15 minutes, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. Low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable. Those are all symptoms of low testosterone. Get tested at Mentality to see if low testosterone is causing you your issues. It's Mentality this year. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. It's Mentality. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. and find out how to book an appointment or find a limited time deal. The program is called TMA. It is 101 ESPN. Ryder Cup news as Keegan Bradley is still holding his press conference now, but his captain's picks have been announced. He is not going to be a playing captain. He has selected Ben Griffin, Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Patrick Cantlay, and Sam Burns as his picks. He will not be participating. Thomas, Morikawa, Cam Young, Cantlay, Burns, and Griffin. Those are your 6 captains' picks for the United States Ryder Cup. The European team will announce theirs next week. You are welcome to participate in the program by texting and calling in, by emailing in, and, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's TMA 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and you'll pay no interest over 5 whole years with Universal Windows Direct. Check them out online at universalwindowsdirect.com or call 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate. This summer, it has been brutal. It has really lightened up as of late, but it will still be warm. And if your windows are not doing their job, your cool air is going right out the window, literally. That is why now is the time to call Universal Windows Direct for their buy 2 windows, get 2 free offer. And the best part is you'll pay no interest over 5 years. Their super spacer technology will keep the hot air out and the cold air in. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows are purchased. And once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Minnesota Vikings are bringing back Adam Thielen in a trade with the Carolina Panthers, giving the veteran receiver a chance to finish his career in the state where he was born, raised, and played most of his NFL career. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, Doug.
Just for Doug. He sat through a lot of
puts me in
Wayne.
a good mood. Muted trumpets.
Here comes that sax, though, Doug.
Yakety sax, too.
Oh.
Is that the licorice stick?
That's a licorice stick.
Is it?
Yeah, I think that's the licorice
Is
stick.
that you played?
I played the licorice. Oh, you better.
Yeah, he would
It's like
recognize
Benny
the licorice
Goodman.
stick.
I was a Kenny G of Crestwood.
TMA 101 ESPN, final segment of today's presentation. Have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Riz Stalter and I will be going in for week 1 of college football. Spread Zone presented to you by FanDuel. That'll be up on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel and, of course, on the TMA STL podcast feed. And Doug, a big performance last week from the Spread Zone. Stalter went 6-3. I went 5-1. Riz went 2-0 for this year's football season.
Okay.
We will pick 3 games on our own, our the NFL, college, and then 1 lock. And I have 3 games right now, and I'm trying to figure out my 4th.
Well, I was
talking it over with Papers during the commercial break. And then I got distracted because he sent me a video of somebody on Bob Does Sports who missed a 3-foot putt by a foot short somehow in a clutch situation. and so I'm still looking for that game. So if you've got the play, send it in, and I will vet it. If you have the Tam Avenue Capital Partners vetting your proposal, it's kind of like Shark Tank.
Mm-hmm. Very similar.
314-399-9646. Michael Wellington, friend of the program, has texted me, disappointing that Captain Bradley did not pick himself over Morikawa. He's not happy about it.
In terms of points, he would be 11th in terms of points for.
Where's Morikawa?
Morikawa is ahead of him at 8.
Okay.
But not by much. It's a very small margin. At Cantley would be 15th.
One of the group chats I am in, a bunch of golfers, they are not happy with the personality dynamic of Patrick Cantlay, Sam Burns, Cam Young, Colin Morikawa, and Ben Griffin. I guess when you think about it, that isn't necessarily particularly energetic.
Nor would I say is the 6 qualifiers. Scheffler, Spawn, Schauffele, Henley, English, and DeChambeau.
So you are officially cheering for Europe?
Unlike Doug, I'm still going to be rooting for our boys in the Stars and Stripes.
Look at that.
But it does seem like leadership, outside Keegs, because Keegan does seem to command respect. It does not seem like the leadership on the course will be as strong.
Well, you don't get a lot of WWE-type characters on the golf tour anyway. They're mostly laid-back, serious-minded guys.
Ricky Putz, who's a friend of Greg Vaughn's, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Correct.
Ricky Putz texting in. Keegan Bradley, selfless. I love my captain. That's Ricky Putz.
Are we overblowing this just a little bit?
What do you mean?
I love my captain.
My Captain, Dead Poet Society, 1991. Is that Ethan Hawke?
I'm going to say
Robin
89.
Williams?
I think
it's 89.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw. I didn't know.
Okay.
I don't know on that one. I mean, if you say 90, you're going to be good as long as you got 91 and 89.
89.
The Ryder Cup last, a week?
3 days. Nice show prep, man. What are we doing? Cardinals and Pirates?
Why are we so concerned about every player on this 3-day event? Captain, my captain. I'm so proud of him. Come on.
That's
what
the
about
tone.
Herb Brooks?
Yeah. What about him?
I don't think there's any correlation at all between Herb Brooks
He led the
and
United
Keegan Bradley.
States to a great win in 1980 in New York, and Keegan Bradley is going to do the same thing in 2025 in New York.
He's going to sit there and watch like everybody else.
Oh, so now you're saying he's on a cuck chair?
Yes. He's going to sit there and make the schedule and then sit and watch and hope like everyone else.
Ever since Herb Brooks gave that speech, Larry Nickel has ranked the USA #1 on his world country list, except once.
Think about that.
Every single time.
Well, who beat us out that one time?
Philippines.
Oh, that
was a tribute to Corazon Aquino.
Yeah. Ouch.
A well-deserved tribute at that.
Oh, Mr. Siders is on board. Oh, Captain.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Captain. You picked 6 names. You're probably the top 6 ranked names. And now we're saying, oh, Captain, what an American hero.
If he can secure a win, sets the tone for the country.
It doesn't set any tone. He picked 6. It's like playing fantasy golf. That's basically what he's doing. Here's who he thinks is going to play well. That's it.
Speaking of which, I see from the desk of Jack B asks this question. For fantasy football players, do you folks have an issue? I like that you folks. You got folks as folksy.
Yeah.
Do you folks have an issue with your league having an itchy veto trigger finger? I've noticed over the years that it is really hard to make a trade in fantasy because everyone wants to veto just to veto.
Yeah. Ran into that issue earlier this week, even.
Oh, you got a trade vetoed?
Yeah, well, there was
this is you projecting.
Big time. There was a smear campaign run against me to try the veto.
What was the trade? Doug and I will analyze it. Doug's been leading the prime ministers for a decade. I, of course, am the captain of the most storied fantasy sports team in all of fantasy land, and that is the Southside Seaman Fantasy Club, LLC.
It was a trade with me and Gareth. And
That's inside baseball already.
I sent Gareth Ashton Genty, rookie running back for the Las Vegas Raiders, and I received Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, and Garrett Wilson of the New York Jets. So it was an insta accept for me, for sure. But the league, one person's claim was it's dumb to make trades before the season starts. And said,
that was Herb, and I share Herb's opinion.
It was the Ken dog, and I told him that's ridiculous. Why
was Gareth making that trade? Does he have like 30 receivers or something?
Well, now since Joe Mixon won't play the first 4 games.
That's what I was about to say. Mixon's out.
Yeah, the trade went through this morning as of 8:30 this morning.
I thought you said it got vetoed.
There was a smear campaign to try to veto
by the Ken dog.
The Ken dog started it. Yeah, he's exactly right.
Sometimes if you're in a playoff battle with another team, you don't want them to make a trade that's going to make them better.
But that's my point is, what is the point of vetoes in the league? It's I think to keep the competitive balance right so people aren't dumping players to a team in a better position.
Why would somebody dump players unless they were getting a little cut of the taste?
Right, and
you think that goes
that's
on?
a perfect...
Is that what the Ken dog thought you and Gareth were doing because of movie boy?
No. But I thought it was... A veto is to keep the competitive balance of the league and to protect the league from trades that are clearly unbalanced. I didn't think it was for everyone to have their opinion about a trade, and if they thought the trade was bad, okay, veto. That's to me that's goofy because it's not. Why do they get to control what I do with another guy?
Pills is an idiot. Mixon might not even play. Diggs is 31, coming off a torn ACL. Gareth won it. That's from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute.
Again, I'm not looking for the IBM Watson trade calculator to be taking place through the text inbox. No thanks.
We had a situation in fantasy baseball one year where somebody traded Aaron Judge, and Shohei Ohtani for Packy Naughton. There's a lemon move.
What's the problem?
Right, exactly right. Yeah, Doug and Charlie Marlowe would veto every single trade I ever participated in.
Well, that was ridiculous.
No surprise that you're on Euro Doug loves the veto, the pocket veto.
Well, yeah, they were ridiculous. Please, Tim, please take my players.
Trade vetoes are for wimps. To the 618.
I stand with the 618.
I've got a little betting strategy I'm going to employ in the first couple weeks of the NFL season. I'm taking Travis Kelce unders on the props.
Based on the fact that he got engaged? Really?
You think he won't? Well, he is 35 now, so he's probably not going to be as good as he was.
Yeah, I think they, incorporating that other tight end a little more. Plus, maybe he gets a little comfortable now that him and Tay are settling down. I'm going to ride the unders on Travis Kelce, see if it works out.
He's such a big name. Everyone just expects him to have 3 touchdowns a day.
You're saying he's chalky?
I think so. Yeah.
I follow that logic. Ladies and gentlemen, you know who's chalky is Buck Swope, and he is tied for the lead with Riot's dad and the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email the Day standings. Oh. I can't grow a beard like Tim, but I can try and learn Latin like him. So I says, Tim, Amino Mirabili. With this email is a poem to my future lover. I was always the crazy one. Broke into Kirkwood Stadium. Then I wrote your number on the 50-yard line. You were always the perfect one. And into journalism. Under your number, I wrote, call for a good time. I only wanted to get your attention, but you overlooked me somehow. Besides, you had too many boyfriends to mention. And I'm a I guess this is corduroy's pants were too loud.
Too loud.
I'm just gonna read the sentence, Doug.
Okay.
And my corduroy pants were too loud. How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way, do you still think I'm crazy? Emailing here today. I couldn't make you love me, but I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now? That's from cousin
Kevin
Oliver
Miller.
Wendell Douglas. No, it's cousin Oliver Wendell Douglas.
Oliver Wendell Douglas. Kevin Miller.
Guys, Plops here. Great show this morning. Lots of Cardinal stuff. Wow. Thanks for those updates. Anyway, I got to thinking, you know how Family Video has that Marco's Pizza attached? It's like a little tiny carry-out pizza shop that's part of the Family Video building. Well, what if we made love in there? Thanks. That's from Misty Plops. P.S. Any update on the Mardi Gras tent passes I won from you guys in 2019? I just don't want to leave the house if by chance they're out for delivery this afternoon.
He's been house-ridden 6 years.
We had that problem with stamps for a while. Couldn't really get the prizes to the winners. Not that we kept them for ourselves or anything.
No.
His parents invited us to, quote, their lake house for the week. Said they'd even pick us up so we wouldn't have to drive. The text said a host of other parents would be caravanning behind us. Hell yes. My wife and I packed for a much-needed vacation. 5 days, 5 swimsuits, and a Costco snack box for the 2-hour trek down I-44. Noxton's mom and dad roll up in the Yukon yesterday morning at 6 a.m. We hit up Starbucks for the new fall flavor menu, then merge onto Highway 40. We're thinking perfect. Bit of golf, coves, docks, and sea-doos. Ozarks, here we come. And then he pulled off at the T.R. Hughes exit. Took some back roads. And then we parked in a driveway across the highway from Lake St. Louis. Figured we were grabbing another kid or something. And then they just got out, grabbed our bags, and started walking up to the side garage door. My wife leaned over and whispered, I think this is their primary house, but they still call it the lake house? F. Now we're stuck sleeping in Noxton's sister's room for a week, staring at a backyard pool with a cracked diving board and a Party City Margaritaville banner left up since the 4th. The rest of the day was full-on parish parent cosplay. Mom circling the kitchen island with $5 rosaries tucked in eBay Tory Burch bags. Riker Jet's mom. Riker Jet?
Riker Jet?
All one word.
Riker Jet's mom insisted her subdivision, quote, technically counts as Chesterfield, while you could still hear the Page extension hum through their screen port.
Oh, okay. Wrap it up, Tamu Hemingway.
Noxton's mom kept calling this place, quote, their little getaway, even though they live here full time. Their neighbors are Lindenwood students renting both floors of the split level, and Dollar General was literally across the street. The dads, meanwhile, wore faux leather Italian driving shoes while debating whether St. Paul's meat swap was classier than St. Monica's. And then Noxton's dad said he'd run us all back to our houses so we can get our clubs because he made a 9 a.m. resi at Peevely Farms.
Hilly.
After a 7-hour round of toast was raised to, quote, lake life, their chain link fence rattled with approval, framing the view of a retention pond and the Zoomwalt South parking lot next door. Lake house my ass. That's from Riot's dad, probably sending my kids to Howell next year. These people suck.
Riot's dad.
What's a meat swap?
Right there, Zoomwalt South.
Doug Jackson wants to know what a meat swap is.
I don't know what it is.
It's like a cookie bake, but instead it's just smoked meat.
I don't know.
Sounds kind of good.
The Cardinals look pathetic again, getting blown up by the last place Pirates in front of another announced, i.e. sus AF attendance under 20,000. But no need to change course because the manager assured us this loss will help them in September. Eli Drinkwitz remains coy about which unproven seven-figure student athlete will be starting when Mizzou starts playing good teams. Warson-Wood's wacko continues to move the goalposts on his Sam Horn report, according to number one intern Asian, who asked Doug, do you have to let it linger? Meanwhile, a texter with anger issues named Bano wants to make sure everyone knows that he hates Mizzou and demands we discuss the engagement of a famous power couple like this is The View. And what's the media in this town talking about? Get masks! And whether they're an effective way to avoid having to talk to other people. Ours is the type of presentation where a socially awkward older gentleman who is one of the handful of people who attend last night's Cardinal game feels free to drop in at any time and ask Martin if he went to the golf thing that neither of them went to. Then confirmed Tim's Stag Magazine airplane story that didn't need to be confirmed with a creepy. Quote, my neighbor was on the plane with you, Flex, that will be replayed in court one day. Fortunately or unfortunately, Dan got stage fright and pinkled himself before he could invite Film Bitch to sit on his lap on the way to the Alabama game. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
I thought that Buck Swope and Riot's dad both brought it very strong. But kind of out of the Make-A-Wish philanthropy thing, I'm going to vote for Kevin Miller. You know, I kind of feel sorry for him.
I didn't hear his name today.
He was the first one. Well, Oliver Wendell Douglas.
Oh. I'm going Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope has won and taken a one-goal lead.
He's going to get so rich he may have tax problems. The way to solve that would be to give Mark Milton a jingle.
Yep.
Mark Milton can handle any kind of tax issue that you may have come up. Maybe you forgot to file your taxes. You just refused to file, and now the IRS is calling you, knocking at your door. These can be serious legal problems.
Knock on my door.
You could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Mark Milton handles that all the time. He is the STL tax lawyer, and this is his specialty. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He is one of the best in the country at helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. You'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am what's Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. If you are looking for a free floor sample from Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. Go online, and right now, you get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 easy-to-get 2 locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.